Share sounds. Right, we're almost rocking and we're gonna go. I gotta play my starting theme. Yeah, baby. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is 4,000 years ago. Somewhere there. We don't know. Time is a little abstract here because it is so very far in the past that history has yet to be recorded. Maps of Greece have yet to be made. Agriculture's been figured out. Pointy sticks in fire and then cold water are good. We are really starting to figure things out. And most importantly, the gods are here. The Olympians are true. They have cast down the Titans. They have cast down the giants. They are the true, great, and just rulers of the heavens and the underworld. It is through them all things flow, inspiration, knowledge, war, all things. And at the seat and height of it all is the great balancer Zeus, the master of the universe, the king of kings, the god of gods. And the king of kings was inspired greatly by one of his greatest sons, perhaps the greatest son he has ever produced, Perseus, a magnificent warrior who has done mighty things, slew the Medusa, saved princesses, slew more monsters, rode the Pegasus across the skies, and became king of Argos, a true legendary figure, the likes of which has never been seen before, a hero to define what it means to be a hero, to be glorious, to be honorable. Perseus has set the bar, and Zeus would see an era of heroes begun. And so, on the wings of Hermes, a message has been delivered to all demigods across the land, witting or not. If you can make it to the peak of Mount Olympus, you will dine with the gods, and maybe, just maybe, be acknowledged by your own parent, or if your parent is of a lesser status, you'll be acknowledged by an Olympian who might take interest in you. It all depends on blood. It all depends on who your father is. It all depends on who your mother is. And it depends on if you have what it takes to make it to the peak of this mountain. Our story began in the fort of Gonos. It is a military fort that sits at the northern edge of the region of Thessaly and separates the civilized Mycenaean alliances of the various city-states that consider Mycenae, the city of Mycenae, the greatest of all cities, and all have alliance with this one great city. This is civilization to the south. And to the north, the barbaric frontier. You all met there. Candybus, Romulus, Vasaliki. Candybus, a prince of music. Romulus, a golden-haired warrior. And Vasaliki, an Amazonian princess. All stand true and ready to face the trials of Olympus and the mountain itself. And so, following the ranger prowess and determined ingenuity of Vasaliki, Candybus and Romulus faced a terrifically difficult hike that Vasiliki was more than prepared to handle by herself, but had to drag along you two. You guys made your way over an unnecessary mountain range because Vasiliki was just pumped, and then you made your way towards the mountain on the second day. Vasiliki, also proving herself quite the skilled cartographer, has been taking track of your map, has been making a map of your progress since the beginning of this voyage, and you have begun to make your way upside the mountain. It has been 3 days since you all met in Gonos, and now, camping on the side of Mount Olympus, you continue upward. You have seen some sights already, Mount Olympus, a mysterious and mythical place. Well, Romulus specifically, came into contact with a spirit who would not leave the mountain until Romulus had agreed to take his shield to the summit. Romulus, prying the shield from the skeletal body of the spirit, agreed to bring the shield to the peak for the honor of the spirit. And with that, the great winged god Hermes came forth to collect the willing soul and bring it to the underworld where it belongs. Next, as you are making your way up the mountain and night begins to fall over Mount Olympus, Vasiliki, doing what she does best, wandered into the woods to find a nice opening to continue to work on her map. And there she heard arguing. And that arguing expanded into a voluminous, rage fit fight of words, where Romulus and Candybus caught up shortly after. Vasiliki, watching from the shadows, encountered this very strange dwarf, um, having a very strange uh, club that seems to almost have like fiery runes on it, with black feet that seem to spark the ground as she walks. Was kind of on the back foot of a deeply angered king who identified himself as King Caicreus, a dragon-slaying king who was bringing the tooth of a dragon he slew to the top of Mount Olympus to prove to his father Poseidon that he is a worthy demigod, worthy of his father's. Romulus stepped forward, not liking the king's disposition and rage-fit bragging and anger, as this dwarf had in, you know, uh, casual conversation said that couldn't be a dragon's tooth, and him in his anger said, "Of course it is. How dare you?" Um, and Romulus basically told him to shove his dragon tooth up his ass, basically, which has brought us to where we are today, which is the first initiative of the campaign. Um, so let's get started. And yes, question mark, question mark, question mark. I will have you roll as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you have presumably been making your way up the mountain as well. And it would not have been hard to have heard the shouting. And would you have wished to have investigated?
Yeah, I would say so.
Then I'll have you roll as well, and you will arrive on the scene shortly. As a reminder, Vasiliki, you'll be starting this combat from the stealth position, so nobody is aware of your presence. Um, okay, I'm gonna roll some dice. Oh, and fun fact, I'm gonna give you some handouts of these two individuals you've met. First is the dwarf.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I
And
gotta
second
remember to have this up.
is the king.
Oh.
Handouts on Roll20.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you'll find all
Very
handouts.
fiery for a child of Poseidon, I'm gonna say.
Yep. Dragon Slayer.
Earth and water, Poseidon
just-
kind of wanted it all.
As a general good piece of advice in life, you shouldn't don't get it in your mouth. The blood, dragon blood. Don't get it in your mouth. This is what might happen to you.
Or do. Up to you.
Or do, depending on your preferences.
Founder king of Salamis.
Oh yeah. Kudos to anybody who knows where this soundtrack is coming to you from. Anyone recognizes it?
I'm just gonna. I don't recognize the song, but I'm gonna go on a limb and say Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Not scientifically. I'm gonna roll for this guy. I love the song. Okay, and this guy did not. It's not Swift. Who rolled a 20 plus? Yeah, level 1, baby.
Sorry, I wasn't fast enough. Vasaliki got a 20.
All right, who rolled a 15 plus? Who rolled a 10 plus?
10.
10 for the newcomer. All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Candybus, what'd you get?
I got a 3.
Nice. Romulus, what'd you get?
7.
Okay. Vasaliki. As this gentleman, this is cool music. I don't know if this is great battle music though. I am gonna go for the Assassin's Creed one. Yeah. Okay. You've heard this guy rage. He says, goes, "What did you say to me? Who do you think you are?" And he pulls out this massive, this rather large sword. And above the table, this is no claymore weapon, but it's still a rather large weapon. He pulls out this long, hilted weapon, which could be held like this, and the blade is a long, swooping curve, almost like a reaping blade. And he pulls this weapon out from behind him, kind of just growls angrily. His eyes seem to almost like pulse with heat with his roar, back of his throat as well. His anger has exploded into actual like elemental heat. Vasaliki, you have the woods. What do you do?
Muted.
Far away is
You got to speak up.
how far away is the? How far away are they?
Not too far. I'm just gonna turn up my own sound suppression. Just checking out. You are 30 feet to get into melee. You could run in and like fucking spear him at an advantage if you wanted to, because if you're appearing from an like an ambush, a stealthy ambush.
I would love to. Of course, I would.
All right, cool. So as he draws his blade, I'm just gonna. Oh, never mind. Sorry. As he draws his blade and sort of like roars at you, Romulus, you, Romulus and Candybus, like look past and see Vasiliki just come out of the brush, spear and shield, and does like a full like through the air leap and brings down the spear while he's not looking. Go ahead and take an attack roll at advantage. Roll the math rocks.
My bonus action, Hunter's Mark.
You most certainly can.
Okay. Oh, but I'm gonna roll with dice.
Yeah.
Oh, not great. We got 11.
11 is not going to hit, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, bummer.
You go for him, but he is wearing decent half-plate armor, and he does manage to swing his back around just in time that your spear sort of bounces off his backplate.
Hey, no worries. That's my turn.
All right. It was a very impressive jump, and despite that it missed, that's, you know, kind of the warrior way. Sometimes, like, an attack gets blocked. That doesn't mean it wasn't a good strike. Okay, that's going to bring us to the friendly dwarf. Okay, who is going to take out her club, which is essentially a large piece of stone, but it looks like kind of strangely, it looks natural but well shaped at the same time, and has like a burning red rune across the side of it. It looks very primordial, but like very, very simply made. But as she like swings it down, it hits the ground, and like she swings it forward, the dirt kind of like solidifies off the end of her hammer, and she is going to sort of like hurl a rock as she basically like kind of croquet mallets like some of the earth right out of the ground, and it solidifies in midair to go over and try and hit the guy. Oh, and she rolls a 23 to hit on a natural 19. That is going to be 3 points of bludgeoning damage. And 2 points of fire damage. And that is going to be her big fat turn. That is going to bring us around to the warrior himself, the warrior king himself, who's going to turn around from the cheap shot and sort of look at you, Vasaliki, and says, "Amazon." And he's going to swing angrily at you. As he grows angry, let's see here. Yeah. he's just gonna take he's gonna take this great sword attack at you. Oof, that's gonna be a 22 to hit.
Oh yeah, that hits.
That's gonna be. Oh, he gets to reroll that. Nope. That's gonna be. It's gonna be 11 points of slashing damage.
I go down.
Oh man! He swings hard at Vasaliki and angrily, and Vasaliki just like it's a direct shot and takes her out. He's then going to run up to you, Romulus, who told him to shove the tooth up his ass. With his multi-attack to strike at you. He is a Dragon Slayer after all.
Okay.
That's only going to be a 14 to hit. Does that hit?
No, it does not.
All right. Do you have a shield?
Yes, I do.
You get your shield up, and he just blindly, angrily just crashes down on your shield, but you manage to block it. He is then going to. He's just gonna like. No, you know what? He's not gonna do any of that shit. He's gonna sort of growl, and just kind of like scream, and his blade is going to ignite in fire, and that is going to be the end of his turn. As he casts Wrathful Smite.
Wow.
Meanwhile, sort of like through the trees, coming upon the scene, is going to be a new character. Would you like to describe what? In the stealthy position?
Definitely not stealthing. No, very much just kind of like. I hear sounds of combat, and there's no need for any bloodshed here.
Right, you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
So as Romulus is like locked in battle with this ferocious king, Candybus, you're like getting ready to like strum your lyre, and you like look over to see.
You see a Nixari, a rather large one at that, and quite old, at least by, let's say, demigod standards. Most would, I say, look quite young. He is visibly quite old. Sort of this infernal, sort of dark blue skin and these burning orange eyes. And yet, despite the kind of infernal appearance, he looks like a friendly dad, really.
All right, I will say you guys won't necessarily know what a Nixian is, right? But so you see this like really crazy demon-looking guy, but indeed he's a bit portly and he has kind eyes, and he's, I suppose, waving his arms around, saying like, "There's a need to be a fight."
I mean,
so he doesn't. Oh, go ahead.
if I see that, I mean, I can see Vasaliki is down, right?
You sure can.
How far are they from me?
I'm gonna say, we'll say you climbed this rock.
Yeah.
To like, and that's where you are now. You're kind of running in, so we'll put you here for 30 feet if you want to run in, of course.
Yeah.
And that puts her 25 feet from you. I'll say 20 even. 20.
I mean, I'll dash to Vasaliki. I know I can't cast a spell on them or anything like that, but I'd like to at least get to them. And I'm just gonna say, "Oh, let's be careful now, friends. There's no need for bloodshed. We're all civilized here, I'd imagine." Well, they can't even hear me. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I just try not to talk when I'm not on my turn, but
Yeah.
You also have this like fucking insane like dragon king like, and you're like fucking. You don't have
it's
a lot
like
of
having
time
two voices on either shoulder, and one is like, "Hey guys, just take it easy. Don't fight. Just be peaceful." And the other guy is just literally screaming in your ear while also like trying to cut your ear off. You know?
Yeah. I'll let my turn there.
Okay, you run over and you would see that the this warrior woman is she's taking a pretty heavy blow. She looks hurt. Okay, that's gonna bring us to you, Romulus. He just smashed away on your shield. He has like brought his blade up, and like this wrathful flame shoots up his blade as he prepares for another blow. It's your turn. You've got a moment. What do you do with it?
He brings down his shield until only his eyes can be seen, and he
course.
reaches behind his back, and he pulls out I so describe his weapon again.
Oh, you can kind of see it on his handout, but it's essentially like it's got a long hilt, similar to like a claymore. Like it's not quite a pole arm, but it's
Okay.
still a long hilt, and the blade is like, let's see, I can. Oh, I deleted that.
Would you describe it as a
it's-
khopesh?
No, it's bigger than a khopesh. It would probably be the biggest, longest sword you've ever seen.
Got it. All right.
I can get it for you. I can give you a picture of it in a moment. But anyway,
It's cool. So yeah, he kind of from behind his shield, he'll reach behind his back and pull out a khopesh, a beautiful but rudimentary weapon, almost like its uses are more for farming or reaping of a harvest, but still as good as any weapon of this day and age. And he will, almost with a dancer's agility, swing his shield as to throw away the eyes of his opponent, and then slice upwards up the scaly sternum of his foe.
all right, go for it. So in the Zoom chat is the style of weapon he's utilizing right now,
Okay.
which, if you guys want to know, is
Ooh.
called a Rumphea.
From Thea.
Yep.
Ooh. Interesting.
And this would function as a great sword in the game.
Oh, cool. I'm going to use Heroic Inspiration on that attack.
All right.
2 natural ones is crazy.
Oh, you rolled 2?
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm just gonna say that like you like take this weapon, you spin around to use it, and the blade kind of like comes out of the hilt. It wasn't properly secured by whatever smith built it, and it's kind of over your back, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And you're just like holding the hilt, and the smith who sold it to you was probably full of shit.
Well, fuck.
It happens to a lot of men.
And
No.
and so that's my attack action. With my bonus action, I would like to
Rage. Oh, sorry. No.
let me make sure I can do it this way. Yes, I will use my bonus action to place a seal.
What does that look like?
Like,
Nothing.
Got you.
It doesn't look like anything
Okay.
to
Oh,
you
okay.
all
Got it.
or him.
Okay. Okay. You just sort of maybe like say a word under your breath and nobody really notices.
Mhm.
All right. All right.
And I
So
think that's all I can do.
Got it. And what was the name of your now broken weapon? Just, I want to
Khopesh.
go patch.
Greek.
I will. Yeah. As we go along, I want to just like add weapon handouts because that. Go patch, so that we all know what we're wielding here. Okay, moving right along. All right, moving right along. Let's see who's next. We've got Candybus. What's the plan, Candybus?
All right. Where am I on this battlefield?
You are right over here.
Did you say cannabis?
Oh, that's my brother.
He's quick.
I would like to hop onto those rocks.
All right, and so you do. You have a nice stage.
A nice stage. I'll pull out my my lyre, and I'll pluck a couple strings and say, "Oh, you big burly fellow, flaming sword. Looks like you're compensating for something." And I'll cast Vicious Mockery.
Lucky for you, the man has a lot of strengths, but one of them is not what's in between his ears.
Wisdom 14.
Okay, Wisdom 14. Well, he failed. He rolled less than 10.
Okay. And he will take 4, what is it, psychic damage? Yeah, 4 psychic damage and disadvantage on his next attack roll.
Incredible. Incredible. Well done.
And then I'll pluck a few more chords and turn to Vasaliki and say, "I'm always looking for a good opportunity to bed down, but now is not that time." And I'll cast Healing Word.
Amazing. Go ahead and roll the heals.
And that will be 11 points of healing.
That's incredible.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel quite right as a Kopesh. But anyway, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I think that'll be my turn.
Magnificent. Oh,
Kopesh is more of the Egyptian one, I think.
yeah, I'm trying to find one that's like Greek because, you know, we're
I
in
mean,
Greece.
they're like right there. I mean,
yeah, that's pretty far in ancient terms. This looks to. Oh, that's a Copus. It's fine. We'll use. We won't use the Spartan one. We'll use that guy. It's fine. That would be a Kopesh.
yeah, that's exactly what I got. Yeah.
All right. Bringing us back around to Vasaliki. You're up to bat. What do you do?
Gonna try again.
Want to recast Hunter's Mark because you lost.
Oh.
Actually, I don't do concentration for Rangers for Hunter's Mark
Oh.
because that's bullshit.
Ooh.
I think it's so
Yeah.
fucking stupid, so
I love it. Works for me. Cool. So it's still up.
still up.
All right. Amazing. Well, I will. Can I get into a flank? It's kind of hard to see what's going on there.
Yeah, no problem. You're right here. You certainly can. You stand up and take a step forward. You well, to be clear, Vasaliki, you wake up to this portly demon monster standing over you.
Looking very, very concerned. Are you all right there, miss?
I will assume. Well, would I know who healed me? Would it? Because I would have heard Candybus, right?
Well, and then you came back to consciousness.
Oh, you were dreaming of me.
Oh, thank you for the heals. I will attack the demon man in front of me because that's terrifying. Have I ever seen anything like this before? I can't imagine I have.
I would be very surprised. I'll tell you what. Roll me a history check. The DC is pretty decent.
I don't think this horny fellow is our foe.
We know you're not Candybus.
I got a 3. So,
yeah, you've never seen anything like this. It looks like a concerned demon.
but I can tell he's concerned.
Passive insight.
Oh.
You're doing a lot of analysis for
Yeah.
coming out of unconsciousness.
I know, you're right. Okay. Well, my first instinct was to attack, so that's what I'll do.
That's fine.
Passive insight is what?
15.
Okay. You've never seen anything like this before, but you see the kindness and concern in his eyes. And more importantly, you see the monstrous Dragon King attacking your ally.
I will say
Okay.
also, I'm not armed. Like, I don't have a weapon.
Okay. That's
Wait.
fair. That's fair. Then I think I would go back to attacking the big red guy. Yeah. And I'd like give him a look and say I'll talk to you in a minute. And yeah, run over.
Don't let me stop you.
I just want to note when Candybus says that, Romulus is trying to hold back laughter while also holding back a slaughter of, or an onslaught rather, of just this brawlic ass individual slamming into his shield.
All right, Vasaliki, you're back.
So that's an advantage spear attack.
Yes.
Okay, a dirty 20.
That'll do. Go for it.
And it's a D8 for a spear.
It surely is.
10 damage.
Damn. For a solid
bad.
amount of damage. Good job.
Oh, plus Hunter's Mark, right?
That's surely right.
Plus a d6
It's a D6.
for every attack you do, mind you.
Oh, very cool. So that's 3 more damage. So a total of 13.
All right. What's you guys doing? He, blood hasn't been drawn yet, but he is pretty beat up. This guy's got a decent amount of endurance. This guy's seen some fights, but he is he's not doing good. Well done. You like spear into his back, and it like scathes across his shoulder, and scales go flying like breaking a wall with a hammer.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right. That'll bring us to the dwarf. Let's see, what is she up to? Surely not gonna let them fight for battles forever. She's gonna run in here with her strange club, and she's going to raise it into the air to attack, and the room will glow on it. Could you turn up your sound suppression, please? Thank you. And she is going to whack as hard as she can. Unfortunately, she only rolls a 3, or a total of 8. And she swings the weapon hard, this club, but he kind of like lifts his arms, and the weapon swings by, and growls. That's gonna bring us to his turn. Who are we gonna beat up next? As a quick question, did we say we were doing lingering injuries in this game? I don't think we did. No?
Oh, I don't think we talked about it.
Okay, never mind.
That's cool if you want to do it though.
I don't think I want to start that in the middle of the combat, but think about it later. But I don't recall. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see. Who's he going to try and hit? This one missed. His sword's literally broken. The only capable warrior in his eyes is Vasaliki, so he's going to turn around angrily, swing at you. It's unfortunate for him because as he swings at you, the flame on his blade vanishes as he loses concentration from your strike, Vasaliki. But he will go for another schwangalang.
At disadvantage.
At disadvantage. He kind of like goes to swing and hears Candybus's words and kind of like, ugh! He kind of snarls and looks over at Candybus angrily and fully misses you.
It's perfectly average.
It's perfectly average! Fully misses you. Vasaliki doesn't seem to care as his attention is focused on Candybus for his insulting words, and he is gonna run over to try and hit Candybus.
Oh no.
And he'll swing at you.
Does he go out of our range?
He does not. That's going to be 13 to hit.
13 will just hit.
Oh no! You're like, and he rolls tremendously. Check something right now. Okay, sweet. That's gonna be 12 points of slashing damage.
That downs me. I'm down.
Slashes Candybus, and he goes like flying into the brush behind him and lands hard on the rock. I'm just gonna say you get launched back 5 feet for drama. And he is going to turn to you, Vasaliki. He's gonna point his hand and says, "I'm not done with you, woman." And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. He's just gonna declare a champion's challenge.
It's a natural 20 for 23.
He's challenged his issues, and he's basically trying to goad you into fighting him.
Oh, okay.
We're already
Totally
doing
works.
it.
I mean, narratively speaking, if you think Vasiliki's like down to clown, buddy.
Oh, I think she would be definitely interested in fighting this guy.
All right. Then, in a total power move, as he issues this like magical challenge upon you, you make no resistance and just like prepare yourself for battle. Hell yeah. So you basically you can't move more than 30 feet away from him. Unless you are the effect ends if he is actually, you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, so you just can't move more than 30 feet away from him. So this is kind of like a compel duel in a way. All right, cool. That'll bring us to whoever this is.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
I'm in two minds. One is someone's like just been knocked to the ground in front of me, and I'm a good person, so I'd like to help them. But however, this isn't really my fight. So, what are the I guess the rules here? Am I allowed to interfere, even if it's just to save a life, or do I just have to leave them to it?
In what sense? Like, do you mean as far as the great mortal? Would this be virtuous to interfere?
I guess honor code. Would it be dishonorable of me to interfere in a fight that I have nothing to do with, even if it's just to help someone, or would it be virtuous of me to at least provide medical attention to those involved, but not actually aggress?
Okay, make me a free religion check to see would the gods be cool with this?
Desmond Doss.
12.
Well, let's see. As far as the holy law of Zeus goes, nothing would hold you back here. As far as would it be honorable, would it be virtuous to do so? Yeah, you don't know these people. This isn't necessarily your fight. But reverence is important, and hospitality is important. You got here pretty early in the fight. You didn't hear any declaration of a duel.
Yeah.
So you don't think it would be it certainly wouldn't be a vice. You're not being arrogant, you're not blaspheming, you're not being cruel or weak or greedy. You don't think that the gods would take fault in your behavior.
Okay. I'll head over to Candybus then and try to. Well, can I get to him? Is he close enough?
Oh, yeah, easy enough.
Yeah.
You keep a wide berth from that evil guy, and you run right up to him.
Yeah. I'll cast Cure Wounds. That's a big fat 9 points of healing.
There we go. You're muted if you're speaking there. Candybus.
My hero. I will have to owe you one.
Well, perhaps you can do me a favor and just
Anything.
Stay down for now. I'm just out of this fight. You landed a fair blow.
All right, well done. Is there anything else, Xanthos?
Nope, I'll end it there.
Romulus, what would you like to do? You're shy a weapon, my friend.
Then I suppose resort to more practical matters. And then I'll pull out a war spear.
All right, there we go. You pull out a spear, the bread and butter of any hoplite, any great warrior. You pull out the spear, prepare yourself. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
All right.
Remember, these are D8s versatile to D10s in this game.
Yes, and since I'm using shield and the spear, I would be the D8.
Correct.
All right. Shit, Gayate. Does a 14 hit?
14 does not hit. I'm sorry to say. His armor is pretty bronze. It's the armor of a king, and it is pretty well built.
Understood. In that case, I will use a bonus action again to place another seal.
Okay, another seal. All right. You do so. Candybus, you owe this gentleman a favor, but what do you do?
He asked me to stay down, and that's exactly what I'll do. But I will still assist my friends, and I will, while laying on my back, pluck my lyre a couple times. And did I see where Romulos's blade went to?
Yeah, you see it like sticking out of the dirt, handleless, like it's a busted weapon. It needs a smith to repair.
Oh, okay. I was gonna try and retrieve it, but
You can retrieve it. It's just like it has no like the crossguard and hilt like slipped right off. Like this is a damaged, shabby weapon at this point.
heard. So there's no. It's not useful right now.
It would be difficult to wield right now. Yes.
All right. In that case, I will. I guess I'll pluck a few more times as I look up at the sky and cast another vicious mockery. It's like, oh, how did you know I liked it rough?
All right, I'll make a wisdom save. This time he rolls a decent 18, unfortunately.
You know what? Let's silvery barbs that.
All right, that's a natural one. It works. You're like, how did you know I like it rough? And he seems to keep fighting. You're like, I said, how did you know I like it? And he's like, and he gets a little distracted.
And that's 6.
Wow.
It's funny if you say it twice.
How much damage did
It's
you
so
do?
much funnier on the second time. 6 psychic damage.
All right. When he does this, I burn both of my seals.
What does that do? What does that mean?
That'll be, in this case, 2d6 necrotic damage.
Okay, roll it. Also, Candybus, while he's rolling, who would you like to give your silvery barbs of damage to?
I mean, the smart thing would be either Romulos or Vasaliki, but this brave soul just saved my life. I think I have to give it to our the friend that just saved my life here.
Most generous, honoring. Yeah, very, very honorable of you. Very honorable of you. Very good.
Oh,
And
that's
on-
so kind.
In addition to that, I will also give you a bardic inspiration. I said, don't think I haven't forgot what you did for me.
Incredible. So a D6 for
Oh,
D20
mysterious
test, as they're
stranger.
called. Yeah, prior mysterious stranger. Romulus, would you roll?
9 necrotic damage.
So yeah, you say it the second time, Candybus, and he's like, "Shut up!" And he kind of like growls back at you, and it gives like there's a little magic laced into it, Romulus, and you use that. And at this point, would you like to describe what that looks like? As he takes a devastating amount of damage.
I think, if you'd allow, as soon as Candybus does his spell, it almost looks as if it has more impact, or it's about to for some reason. And then my guy basically just goes over and like plants one like firmly on the jaw, and then all of a sudden like guy just like and then
All
just
right.
falls.
So here's what we'll say. He kind of turns back to you, Candybus, and kind of like, "Shut up," and kind of like gestures with his face. And since this is a reaction, I don't know if we're gonna say you're gonna punch him, but as he does so, he kind of like growls, and you kind of subtly, Romulus, like maybe it's just like just like a momentary flash, sort of like deep in your iris, very hard to see. But as he kind of like, there's this like, it's like he almost got like shot with 2 arrows. And you see this black like pulse underneath his flaming scales for a moment. And it's like, and Candybus, you're like, oh, I'm really good at this.
Well done, me.
Yeah. And he falls to a knee for a second and like pulls himself back up, and he's bloody. That did a number on him.
Oh, he's still up. I'm gonna start crawling away.
Like, who did that? Use. Yeah. He's gonna roar angrily as you're like crawling away. Vasaliki, what would you like to do?
I would like to get the flank again.
All right, you want to flank with the dwarf?
Yeah.
All right, you get into the flank, spear,
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah, we'll try attacking.
I just realized I was at advantage for that war spear thing.
You weren't, unfortunately. You could have though. You could have gotten into it.
Oh, because he moved?
18.
That certainly hits.
Cool.
With Hunter's Mark.
5, 7, 8.
8?
Mhm.
How would you like to kill a king, Vasaliki?
Oh no. Maybe I should have said non-lethal.
Maybe you should have.
Oh man.
In this moment, in this warrior fury, this is the first this is a big battle. In the heat of battle, how do you slay this king?
Just a clean shot to the heart through the ribs.
Ooh, got it. Excellent. So as Candybus is like crawling away, and his attention is turned, you dexterously make your way to the side, find where the armor parts under the ribs, and you just do a side spear that cuts up through his ribs, lungs, and into his heart. And he takes the pain, and you rip the spear out, and the king falls dead at your feet.
Yeah. And she lets out a war cry. Yeah.
Amazonian war cry. Oh, hello, dog. Hello. That's the comp, folks. Vasaliki, Kingslayer.
Kind of on a high. She's gonna go jog up to Candybus and kind of help him to his feet and clap him on his shoulders and say, oh, can't believe I'm saying it, but good man. That was the way you got me on my feet again. That was incredible. Never experienced anything like it. And when she puts her arm around you, and she's obviously very proud of herself. And look at him now.
Yes, I have a very particular set of skills, and I try and use them effectively. I'm glad I have your appreciation.
Absolutely. And oh, and who might you be? And she like pulls her arm out from around Candybus and kind of remembers herself and like puts her hand on her spear. Yeah, who might you be?
I'll say like once like combat died down, I've moved over to I guess the body of the dead king and kind of just checking whether he's gone. ah, I'm Xanthos.
You another one of these demigods?
That I am.
And you're making your way up the mountain, I take it.
That would indeed be the plan.
Well, I guess let me introduce you to my comrades here. She'll like look at you suspiciously, but not like thirsty or anything yet. And says, "This is Candybus. Saved my life recently. Very cool." And Romulus. That's why the spear, didn't realize.
We've met. He saved my life as well.
Oh. We circle jerk of life saving then.
Oh, you don't say.
It's quite impressive, both of you.
Well, I was just going to try my best to minimize the bloodshed, but well, these things can't be helped, I suppose. I'll stick a couple of coins over the dead guy's eyes.
Mm-hmm. It's a shame things didn't turn out differently.
You see the dwarf kind of like catching her breath, leaning across the back wall.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. It is good that you came when you did. It's like he's gone insane.
Was he a member of your adventuring party?
No, I've never been a part of an adventuring party. I came here on my own. I'm Vasaliki Emberwalker.
Presumably you're also going to the top of Mount Olympus?
Hermes came to me, and so here I am. And all of you're all very heroic looking.
Well, I must confess I would have been a lot more heroic looking if my fucking weapon did not break on me in the middle of combat, but thankfully it seems the strength of myself lies in the companions I have made along the way.
Right. Well, I'll again thank you for your aid. I mean, take what you want from him, I guess. That's about all I can offer.
You're more than welcome to join us.
Wait, was that Vasaliki?
Oh, I was just wondering how big the dragon's tooth was.
It's about the size of a short sword, long sword. It's like that big.
Wait.
Looking around at things for comparison. 25 pounds, we'll say.
It's a dense. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, about 25 pounds. You could strap it to your back and carry it around. It's a big tooth, but definitely carryable. If you're curious, the king had, if you're going through his possessions, let's see what he had on him. He has the blade, that really strangely shaped blade, the rather large blade, in fact. He has. Oh, I never used his breath weapon. That would have been so cool. What else does he have? He has the armor, which functions as. I had it functioning as a breastplate. It's a little like singed, but should go on fine. It's singed a little by fire. He has some.
Does that count as medium?
Coin. That is medium. Yes, it's medium. He has some coin on him. He has 4 gold drachma, 7 silver, 6 copper. And then he has a backpack, which we'll just call like an explorer's bag. Yeah, and he also has I'll say he has like a holy symbol of Poseidon.
Okay, so never mind. I like take the gold and leave the body.
Cool. To the crows.
I'll take the symbol. And
add a holy amulet to your inventory.
I would like to pick up the weapon.
Pick up the weapon. It's she's a hefty weapon. Yeah. I would say that, well, you're no smith, but if you found a smith, it could be modified into like, could be modified. The dwarf puts away her rather strange, seemingly magic club. He goes, are you sure that, I mean, I don't want to take up all your company. I would want to, what would the gods think? I'll tell you what, whoever, I think it was Candybus, you made the offer for her to come along. If you really want her to come along, make me a persuasion check.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a nat 1. I'm going to use my inspiration.
Fair enough.
Uh, 17.
She says, okay, I'll come along if that is what you're, if you're all sure. Never. Okay. She steps forward, and you'll see as she steps on the grass, her feet sort of like little spark-like explosions under her feet. They're not loud, but they're visible. She's difficult to be stealthy, this one.
What is that?
Oh. She kind of like looks at her feet. She goes, it is, I don't honestly know. Something that's I've always had. I'm a demigod. So I figured that it was some kind of demigod thing.
Well, we don't do that.
No, nobody as far as I know does that either.
I think it's pretty cool.
She smiles. Kind of straightens up as you show a little pride. All right, well, don't let me keep us held up any longer. I'll follow you.
I look to Candybus and sort of incline my head. Was that an open invitation?
I mean, I don't see why not. We are clearly stronger together.
I agree. And Romulos will walk over to you. This tall, not muscular in the sense of body mass, but toned and just beautiful proportions of a man. Uh, and he walks over to you. You can see his elven ears peeking out from his uh, somewhat curly golden hair, his almost amber eyes, and he approaches you and he puts out his hand for the companion shake.
Oh, that's the companion shake. I thought it was something entirely different.
Xanthos kind of like raises an eyebrow, like kind of almost surprised, but takes it. Thank you.
As he grabs your arm. Roll initiative. No, but he looks at you and he says, he almost looks at you as if you've already said what you were here for, but he's like still looking at you, almost like he wants to know more, but all he'll say is, I greatly appreciate you helping my companions. It would seem that this brute here did not have what we have. And that is companionship.
I will always encourage everyone to. Well, I'll always encourage good company.
And he's listening to your words. And he nods, lets go of your arm. Very well. I suppose we could continue moving forward. Vasaliki, you have a route planned, I suppose.
Well, do we re-roll? I can't remember what we rolled next.
Well, it's nighttime now.
Oh,
Or,
it is.
or it's twilight.
Oh, okay. All right. I suggest we make camp then.
Well, on the body, though?
We can find a better spot.
Okay. You know.
Also, I've never had much of a mind for politics, even though my mother's tried to instill it in me. You know, if he was a demigod, we just killed a god's child, and by we I mean I.
Yes, you.
Yeah. So there might be consequences to that. So I think we should keep this bit quiet.
I'm sure they already know.
Maybe they're watching, maybe they're not.
I'm sure they're always watching. But you're right. They were a demigod, and if they didn't have such a short temper, perhaps we all could have traveled to the top of the mountain together, but things are the way they are.
Yes, I suppose I could have been a bit more lenient on his behavior. But I don't know. The guy was being far too animated for such a simple question, and to a woman, no doubt.
Ember Walker kind of shrugs because I really didn't mean that. Make him so angry. I just never seen a dragon tooth before.
And I don't think it was you at all. I definitely egged it on, but obviously there was something more at work.
He couldn't take us on, then what leads us to believe that he could take on an action dragon? So I think he came across this by other means.
I mean, it would make sense. A liar would only get that upset if their lie was found out.
Either way, whether he was truthful or lying, I think we should treat his body with dignity.
He was a fellow warrior. I could agree with that.
Well, we are already put the drachma on his eyes. I suppose we could set him alight so that his body can move on to the afterlife. I don't think we should use him as the campfire, though. That might be in bad taste.
Probably, yes.
Well, I will begin gathering firewood.
I'll help. And Walker will help you. And if you guys want to, as a party, take an hour to acquire, branches and logs and whatnot, cut them up and form a pyre over the king, put a drachma under his tongue. The dwarf kind of takes her hammer out and kind of very lightly kind of taps the stone next to it, and a little spark goes and ignites the pyre. And with that, the fires begin to burn, and gods will have been appeased.
And Romulos will say a prayer to Poseidon, asking for forgiveness as we were forced to slay one of his sons, and that he died in glorious battle. Like a true hero.
Do so. You speak prayers for him, and you burn his body. A very decent send-off for a warrior and a king at that. To which, as you're done with that, you guys can all sort of lead Xanthos and Dwarf back to to get her name back out. But you can lead them back to your camp, which isn't too far.
Cool.
Okay. Magnificent. Get back, roll out your tent, and hopefully get some sleep.
Yeah. And
Are you leaving the pieces of your sword behind? Romulos?
No, I will pick them up and just kind of look at them by the campfire, just shaking my head. I think he'll be trying to kind of wrap them back together, in the most crude way possible.
Got it. You do this, and make me. You're not proficient with Smith's tools. Make me a I guess just an investigation check.
17 with a -1.
17. You probably purchased this weapon from a speed trader. If I had to guess. and you're like looking at the weapon, and you're like yeah, like a smith can probably put this back together or improve it or whatever, but like clearly the Kai made a buck off of you. He like it's like, oh, what do I got here? And he kind of found this not in decent repair, kind of foreign, cool-looking weapon, and sold it to a nearby hero, wandering hero, and he probably walked away laughing with your drachma in his pocket. So, it's a weapon used somewhere in the world, but clearly not built for battle anymore. It needs some decent repair.
He lets out a sigh. Just kind of stows it away.
Would you all perhaps want me to handle the meal for tonight as a thank you for allowing me along?
Oh, you have helped so much. I could not impose a meal from you also.
It would honestly, it would bring me some comfort of my own. I'm used to serving others food and drinks.
Oh, a healer and a cook. It seems we hit the jackpot.
Xanthos like just with like seasoned like experience, like with all this like with his cook's tools, just like in his element.
Yeah, let's make a little check for dinner. It's probably gonna be like whatever spices you brought along. Which of course, are probably the most valuable part of any meal.
Yeah.
Maybe some rabbits and whatever else you guys have on you. Why don't you make me a? It's gonna be an advantage because you're proficient.
Yeah.
Let's call this a. Tell you what skill do you think Xanthos, like if you had to go through the skill list, which one do you think reflects best Xanthos' cooking?
I want to say dexterity just because, like, say if like if it's like been a busy night and you have to like work fast, and often like it's not necessarily gourmet. It's like how quickly can you serve all of your like,
You're going for speed. Okay, make me let's call it an advantage sleight of hand check, I suppose.
Okay, sure. It's a natural 20. The 23.
This guy must be the demigod of the god of cooking or something, because he just the sun's going down and whatever, he quickly like sets up a fire, takes out a pot, hangs it from a chain, starts like cutting up like little like some small vegetables that are dried up in his pocket, like chopping like gourmet chef level fast, like, and throwing in pieces of meat, and like within like 10-15 minutes you all have like a really nice smelling like rabbit stew in your hands, which is like far tastier than any rabbit stew you've ever had. It was made so fast and so deliciously. It's kind of astonishing.
Oh,
he just had a smile on his face. He's coming
gods.
along.
It's divine. Oh, yes.
How did you? I didn't see you put a single spice into the dish. How is it possible?
I have a little collection on hand from home.
What? And where are you from? Because this is one of the best rabbit stews I have ever had in my life.
Well, Macedonia. I have a little tavern back there.
Macedonia.
I will put forth the idea of someone who looks like this, who looks like they crawled out of the underworld, running a tavern is crazy. And Macedonia must be a wilder place than you might have even thought it was, was probably already pretty wild, as it's from the barbaric northern lands, Macedonia. Small collection of villages that are as much as civilization as anything in the northern frontier.
And they accept you there.
Xanthos laughs. Oh, well, acceptance is a strong word.
I mean,
Well, my tavern is somewhat out in the wilds. I wouldn't say my clientele is the most respectable, but the virtuosenia is, well, a valuable virtue to have. I am a gracious host, and in turn, my guests treat me and my establishment well.
I mean,
My reputation is not the best, but when you come by, minds are changed, moved, and stomachs are filled.
it doesn't matter how you look. If you cook like that, anyone should accept you. I accept you.
Candybus, you accept everyone.
Oh, you're too kind. Especially ones with talent. And you, sir, have talented hands. I'd love to see what else you can do with them.
Unfortunately, you're many years too late. I already have a family of my own back home.
Oh, do you? Do they await your arrival after this adventure?
Oh, I would hope so. Nothing would bring me more joy than to see my granddaughter again.
That's sweet. That's so sweet. I don't have any kin of my own. I have loads of siblings, but I haven't been one to settle down.
I imagine we all have quite a few siblings, don't we?
It's the way of the gods.
Never met my own, actually. Although, I imagine they're all back down below.
Oh.
Below as in below.
As in Egypt.
Oh no.
Oh, you needn't hold your words on my account. The horns are a dead giveaway.
Oh, I thought you were just happy to see me.
Legend.
You are a funny one. My father is Hades.
Oh.
Your father.
Not that he has played any particularly strong part in my life. I forged my own path. Found a way up above, and against all odds, achieved my dreams of running a tavern, starting a family.
That is amazing to hear. Few of us can barely hope to achieve such goals.
Truthfully, wasn't overly eager to answer the message, but I thought of I looked ahead, thought of my descendants, seeing my granddaughter. I'd like to create a more heroic and glorious legacy for those ahead of me. make their lives easier.
Surely there can be no man on this world as selfless as you are, Xanthos.
Well, I just try to do right by others. It's warmth is important. Not just the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of good company and, well, sharing the joys of life, I suppose.
Your family is very lucky to have you, Xanthos. And
What's your passive insight?
11.
There is like a slight sort of wince of also saying the family is lucky to have her. Only for a brief moment.
He like squints his eyes at noticing this.
I'll also say that as the day, as Apollo's chariot falls tonight, and the darkness of Nyx and the moon of Artemis and all the stars cloud the sky, you can probably see, much like a wolf, the back of Xanthos's eye in the firelight. His eyes don't work the same as yours. There's something wild to what he is, in essence.
Romulus clocks it, turns attention somewhere else.
Yeah, shockingly, I don't have dark vision.
Oh, yeah, because of right.
Vasaliki. I noticed earlier you spoke of your mother. What can you say of your family?
Oh, I am the daughter of Queen Hippolyta of the Amazonian warriors of Themyscira. And she like sits up a little straighter, like tilts her chin up in pride. I'm the first and only daughter of Queen Hippolyta.
Well, that is good for our new guests. But I was thinking more along the lines of your feelings toward them.
Oh, well, I don't know about all that. Feelings.
Oh, you do not experience these
Oh,
feelings.
sure I do, sure, but I don't show and tell so readily. Well, I've got a good mom. She cares for me and raised me right. That's yeah, that's what I'll say. I guess I also have a bitch of an aunt, but something to say.
Well, how is your aunt a bitch?
Oh, she's tried to take my life a time or two. I'm pretty sure it was her the one time, and yeah, I think she's just a bit jealous, is all. And, advice from my mother's seat. There's not a clear line of succession since she's the first queen, the Amazons, Hippolyta. So the second? Oh, I thought she was the first. Never mind. So anyway. How did the succession work? Oh, I thought we talked about this, that there's no like clear line of succession, so how did it
It's
work?
like strongest at the time.
Well, the creator of the Amazons, he just picked Hippolyta. Hippolyta was the oldest. Hippolyta is the oldest, and probably to your mind and to a lot of people's mind, the most worthy of the Amazon name. Been one succession in Amazon history, so there's no tradition as of yet. It's only ever happened once, so it's like, okay, is that gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's family ties get a little bit complicated and powers involved, but I just want to be a good warrior like my mom and really prove it out to her. So you actually might meet them all. They're all demigods themselves and headed up the mountain. So,
Oh,
told you the demigod thing isn't so special.
do you have many siblings?
I don't, well, that I'm aware of.
Why would you not be aware of them?
Well, the way it works in Amazonian culture, if any boys are born, they're given away in villages. So I suppose I could have a brother out there. But I don't think my mom, I don't think she, well, what would I know in Hippolyta's like habits? I mean,
Habits?
would I even know? Like, is she trying? I don't know. Never mind.
What's the question? That's
No,
the
it's
question.
okay. Never mind. It's a dumb
Okay.
question. So yeah, it gets complicated. We'll leave it at that.
Sorry, setting mood lighting. It's getting pretty dark. All right. Well, uh, I mean, if there is no siblings that you are aware of, then I'm sure that they are not noteworthy enough to concern you or your mother.
Don't get me wrong, I'd be curious, but no, I suppose they wouldn't have had much impact on my life.
They're probably pretty stupid, probably not that cool or good looking.
I mean, it's quite possible you might run into them on Mount Olympus, should they make it to the top.
Father, I take it, has many children, so I suspect I will be running into some siblings.
It is always possible.
Have you any siblings?
I'm sorry.
Um, any siblings yourself?
Only one. We are a bit estranged, you might say. Before my journey to Olympus, I tried to repair the bond. Trying to find that kinship, I suppose. And I don't know. Maybe it was there, maybe it was not. I am not a very insightful individual. But there is always hope in my heart. That bonds as deep as blood can be restored with enough time and work.
Sure. Yeah, that all sounds really nice. Bonds of blood. She's like visibly looking uncomfortable. She doesn't have conversations like this very often, and she's like, "Well, all you can do is try, right?"
Broken bonds can be repaired, and sometimes it does not require any truly, well, deliberate acts. Sometimes it just requires time and self-reflection.
Some bonds that are broken forever. Sometimes you shouldn't want to fix them.
That is true. Sometimes there is a reason for that kind of separation. I guess. But no, I am not a huge family man myself.
Yourself lucky.
Didn't hear any of
that. It can be complicated. So perhaps count yourself lucky.
You have no idea. Kind of look away.
Yeah. So, who's taking which watch? And Vasaliki will stand up and stretch, and she'll volunteer for the first watch.
You all settle in, go to sleep. Watches are taken, and yeah, there's enough of you to take each watch, unlike before. Now with the addition of Xanthos and Dryope. Yeah, there's not too much issue. But the day passes, and well, night passes back into day. The light of Apollo reaches back across the Greek lands, and you all wake up without being attacked in the night, which is so great. So great. You all get a long rest.
Beautiful.
Do love a long rest.
Hell yeah. Come on.
Also, I feel like I need to reiterate this, because obviously I don't know how long it's going to be until we possibly become gods, but we don't get shit as fucking demigods, dude. How are we any better than a fucking townsfolk? We're
well, you all
That's the thing.
have at least 4 stats above 10. You're all armed to the teeth, and some of you have special abilities to do more damage, like Hunter's Mark, for example, or Magic.
Some of us have been blessed by the gods in other ways.
And that too.
You guys have that stuff? I don't think I do. But anyway.
You all awaken, and you can continue on your travels. Bad news, Vasaliki, very bad news. You have been told that Mount Olympus is a very dangerous climb, and worse still, it is very foggy today. Clouds have rolled down the side of the mountain. It seems that Zeus wishes to challenge these new demigods even greater.
How's it looking, Vasaliki?
Well, you can see about as well as I can right now. It's not looking good at all. Can't see shit out here.
What does that mean for our route?
It means I can try my best. Can I, what, or we, try to wait it out, but I think we should keep moving. We know the general direction of the mountain. So I think we should just keep pushing onward.
Lead the way, Vasaliki.
Can I use guidance in this scenario or no?
For such a long-winded check, which is going to take all day and constant, I would say no, because this isn't like a single task. This is like a long, drawn-out activity. So unfortunately, I'm going to withhold.
I don't know if this would help, but like, I don't know. Would like we have lamps at this point? I mean, I have the light cantrip. So
you use the cantrip. Lamps don't exist
yeah.
in Ancient Greece, unfortunately. You may replace those for torches.
That's fine. I suppose pick up a stick and cast a light cantrip on it.
Sure. You see Xanthos pick up a stick off the ground and does a little swish and flick, and it ignites into a bright torchlight.
It's not much, but I hope this will help.
Sure, it won't hurt. And yeah, we'll try to find a path forward for us.
Making a survival check at disadvantage because you can't fucking see.
Oh, well, the first roll is an 8. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, it's a 6. Natural 1 for 6.
All right. You guys follow Vasiliki. Check something here real quick. You guys travel following Vasiliki. The bad news is that at a certain point, Vasiliki stops and realizes that you guys have been going in circles. The good news is that it only takes an hour for you, Vasiliki, to find out that this has happened. It's at this time you may now remake your check, but you make no progress after traveling for an hour.
Okay. So I just redo the check at disadvantage.
That's right.
13.
13. You guys travel for more of the day. It's a head scratcher traveling in this fog. Struggling to get by Vasaliki, and most of the day goes by. You guys are following Vasaliki faithfully, the Amazonian rangeress, and to your frustration and maybe even embarrassment, Vasaliki, after about another 6 hours of trying to find your way up the mountain, you find yourself coming back to a familiar tree range and realize that you're in a different part of the mountain, but you're no further closer to the summit. You get like a little glimpse through the clouds, and you're like, ah, shit. You realize that you're no further than when you woke up today. I'd like you. Okay. Let's roll for fun. For the fun stuff. Okay. I'd like you to roll for me. A D100.
99.
99.
Oh.
As you're like looking around the forest, Vasaliki, you see this raven sitting on a tree, kind of looking down at you, and it sort of caws. It does the raven thing. And as some of you may know, ravens are capable of mimicry. But I don't know if your party would, so in suddenly a divine message from Artemis or something, the beast speaks aloud. And it says, "Do not ascend further until the sun weeps." And then it takes off and flies away.
Was that bird speaking to us?
Of course it was. It was a divine message sent straight from the gods. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Does that mean we push through the night?
Well, the omen said not to push forward until the sun weeps, which perhaps that means when it rains.
Or when it is going down below the horizon. Or it could be just mimicking a group ahead of us and one slightly strange individual up ahead.
Perhaps we must make Apollo cry.
And how would you do that, Candybus?
I have my ways. Maybe I'll play a beautiful song.
I would expect nothing less.
Ryobi Umberwalker says, listen, I really appreciate the offer, but I think I'm gonna kind of take it at my own pace. But best of luck to you all. I hope to see you at the top. Good luck. And she just kind of starts wandering away. Kind of disappears into the mist.
Very well. Do you think we off-put her?
I don't see how that's possible.
Yes, how could anyone ever leave a party with the beautiful Candybus?
It's beyond comprehension.
Do you think she was magically swayed?
I think
Mm.
maybe she just felt a bit impatient. We haven't made much progress today.
Well, if we would like to heed whosever words it was, then perhaps we just sit and try again at a later time.
I don't mind waiting, seeing what the sun weeping might mean. I'm in no great rush.
Excellent. And then he'll sit down and he'll pull out a some cards. And he'll just start kind of dealing.
Okay. All right, you do so. How long do you intend to wait for? Until the sun weeps, whatever that means?
Till the sun weeps, whatever that means.
Okay.
I'm going to
Candybus.
teach you all a game called Spades.
What was that, Vasaliki?
Candybus, it's not such a
Yes.
bad idea to play a beautiful song. I mean, Apollo is the god of music, and you've done an incredible job so far. So
Oh,
maybe while Romulus teaches this game, you play some music for us.
I would be delighted. Let me see if I've got something in the tank, shall we? And I'll pull out my lyre and make sure my strings are tuned.
While he's doing that, Romulos. So it goes Joker, Joker, Deuce, Ace. Those are the four highest. Here you go. All right, who is my partner?
Glance at Vasaliki.
Yeah, sorry. I'll play your little game.
Excellent. Okay. Xanthos, I'm assuming that Candybus can multitask.
Oh, don't you know it?
Yes, I assume. Uh, emphasis on assume. Xanthos, you and Candybus will be partners. I have dealt you all of the cards in the deck. Since Candybus and Xanthos, if you have the two of clubs, just play it.
We roll a dice. Hell, if it's a 2, I have it. Don't have it.
2 of clubs, you say?
Yes. Fairly recent game. Soldiers love it. And prisoners, interestingly enough.
No 2 of clubs in my hand.
Very well. Did I grab the deck without the two of clubs? Vasaliki, do you have?
I don't understand this game.
So you dealed the whole deck. So each of us has 13 cards.
Yep. Okay, who does not have the? Oh wait, I have 12. I have 12. Oh shit. Well, that was a good idea.
In the meantime, here's a little song that I wrote about a tribe of savages that came and tried to pillage my town, but I had to seduce them and send them on their way.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
All right, want me to roll performance?
Absolutely.
Rocket Man, burning on his fuel.
22.
Oh. Romulus and Vasaliki, you guys are, I don't want to say getting used to it, because you're certainly not getting used to it. It's astonishing every time. But you have come to expect this from Candybus, his skill with music. Xanthos, your ears are filled with beautiful music. Enough to almost make you weep. This is some of the most excellent sounds you've ever heard come from strings and the voice of a man before. It is magnificent, his ability to sing. You play this song. It's very good. You entertain your friends. And after a while, you're playing, you guys are sitting around and you don't know what time it is, but then something kind of interesting happens. You are greeted by a couple of petals on the wind, just sort of roll through your camp. Just pink and white flower petals, just not a great many of them, but just maybe a dozen of them, just loosely on the wind, just kind of blew through your camp. And some more come. And the mist begins to thin, but not fully. And you do feel some light begins to sort of burn behind you. And you're going to see maybe 2 or 3 beams of light just kind of manage to pierce off in the distance. And you look through the trees and you see 2 beings walking together. The first one, the light seems to curl across his face. This is a most interesting creature. He has light brown fur across all of his exposed body and a thick mane that is accompanied by a gold laurel. He looks up kindly with a soft smile upon his beastly face, looking up into the light as it sort of basks across his cheek. He is beastly, but he is beautiful. And he wears very fine bronze armor beneath white and red sashes that are gold filigreed. A mighty, but somehow at the same time gentle and very alluring creature. Tall, maybe 6.5 feet tall, strong, but beautiful. And accompanying him is a much shorter, much more supple, human-looking woman, but she is grace. She is beautiful. This human-looking woman, brown hair held together by perhaps some kind of hair piece that's meant to look like golden flower. She wears a simple white dress that shows off the just spotless, supple skin that is exposed. She does not look at all equipped to travel the mountain, but she is even greater a beauty than the lion creature before her. And in the handouts, these are the 2 entities you see that the sunlight seems to crest out of the sky down upon. They have not seen you, but as they walk, they kind of take a moment to feel the sun on their face. And they kind of speak to each other playfully, almost flirtatiously, and continue on their path up the mountain while the lion creature sort of very gentlemanly offers a hand to help the girl up some rocks.
So they don't notice us?
They haven't noticed you yet. It would not be hard for them to notice if you were to, you know.
I start playing a little bit louder.
You see the lion sort of turns his head. He doesn't turn with like the alertness and like anger of like a warrior, whether it's confidence or just not a lot of exposure to battle, whichever, you're not sure, but he just kind of turns his head like, oh, what's that? As opposed to danger afoot. And through the trees, you see this lion creature look down at you, Candybus, and kind of raises a clawed but human-looking hand coated in fur, and waves, as if to see if you see him.
I will stop playing for a second to wave back.
You see he is talking to the girl, and the girl turns and looks at your camp and gives a polite wave as well. And she looks up to the lion and says something, and the lion kind of nods, and the two of them continue on their way.
They're going up?
They're going up the mountain.
Perhaps that is a sign?
It seemed like Apollo or the sun is crying to me with the rose petals, right? It's got to be a sign.
Sure.
They could bring me to tears.
Lions, Candybus? Lions?
I'll give you guys a fun history check, because none of you have ever seen like a walking man lion before.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do a history check.
I'm willing to try new things.
I
That's,
guess you're willing to try anything once.
That's a 13 for me.
13.
This is history?
History.
Oh yeah. 21.
21. This. You of course have heard about this. When you heard just an inkling of the tale, you knew you needed to know more. Deep in the south, there is supposedly a kingdom at the southernmost edge of the Mycenaean kingdom. Within a valley of mountains is reportedly a warrior people known as the Spartans. And they are a great mystery, but one thing is certain, is they're considered ferocious, dangerous warriors. Very, very skilled in the craft of war. And that is the only place one would find the race of Leonian. There is a myth surrounding the Leonian, where the founding king of Sparta sort of scorned the gifts of Aphrodite, believing love was secondary to war, was a weakness. And to slight him for his arrogance, Aphrodite charmed his wife, whose name was Sparta, to fall in love with a great monster of a lion, one that is said to be impervious to all weapons and is an immortal lion, known as the Nemean lion. And she laid with the lion and gave birth to 3 children, half man, half lion. And in his rage, the king meant to kill these children, these abominations of nature, but it was Athena herself that told him that it was his arrogance who gave birth to these children, and that these children would be the future of might and courage and war, and could make his kingdom great if he only learned to love them. And so he accepted them. He named them Leonian after their true father, and raised them as his own, and they became princes of Sparta. And ever since then, the Spartan race has the Leonian race has expanded to become the true warrior bloodline of the Spartan people. The Leonian are possessed with strength and ferocity that men do not possess. That's the myth.
Excellent fucking work, Ryan. Very cool.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll convey the myth, and yes, these Leonian are known to be fantastic warriors, but potentially also fantastic lovers. Sometimes you gotta take one with the other.
Two sides of the same coin. Beautiful. Well, shall we?
I'm way ahead of you.
Okay. Now that the fog, I'll tell you what. Make me, Vasaliki, a survival check. This will be at advantage for some reason. Who knows why?
15.
15. Having followed this prophecy, chosen to trust in the signs of the gods, you find, Vasiliki, that the way is easier to follow even with the mist. Whether by chance or the blessings of the gods, you are able to guide the party by the end of the day, only a little bit up the mountain, but enough to exit the impenetrable mist. You sort of find yourselves coming up through the thick fog, and little by little the fog begins to sort of thin and thin, light and light, growing until it sort of begins to fade away like a dream passing by, and you see the great mountainous valley peaks of Mount Olympus just sprawling up before you, a massive mountain range above the clouds themselves. You are but a couple of days from the summit, but have seemed to have surpassed this one challenge, this challenge of mist. But now the sun begins to grow late, and you may all have a long rest if you wish.
Sure.
Seems to go well.
Will cook again.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody hit the button. Your sleep goes by fine. You hold watches, but no attacks come. Up above the mountain, up above the clouds, and they don't seem to rise to meet you. The way's a little bit more clear. And, yeah, you guys can continue your travels upward. Okay. I would like someone to roll a d6 for today's event.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Romulos.
Shikayate. A 6.
Oh, see. Amazing.
Xanthos, that's the incantation as it has been coined.
All right. Incredible. You find yourselves coming through the brush to find a most interesting individual. You see as heroic a looking individual as you've ever seen. A man who is endowed in a beautiful bronze half plate. He is bearing fine spears, a weapon perhaps sent to him from the gods. And most interestingly, he has a beautiful, perfectly white horse with massive wings curled at its side. The man sort of turns around, beautiful in the face, like just the essence of a demigod, like he's perhaps Perseus reborn. This warrior turns around and says, "Hello, other demigods traveling to the top of the mountain. A pleasure to meet you. I am Bellerophon, slayer of the Chimera and rider of the Pegasus. Who might you all be?"
I am Romulos. Well met, fellow traveler.
Good to meet you, Romulus. And company. Traveling to the top.
Oh, you know it. I am Candybus. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Candybus. I hope you reach the top. Ah, I do not envy you, friends. If only you had a Pegasus like mine, the journey would be much easier.
I believe
See,
we heard about you when we left Gonos.
I wouldn't be surprised. My legend has spread far. The Chimera was a dangerous creature, which is a legend well known these days across the land.
I imagine the gods would not approve of a demigod skipping out on their many tests climbing the mountain.
Nonsense, nonsense. I have the love of the gods. They sent me a Pegasus. Why send me a Pegasus if not to ride it, eh?
Well,
And besides, what are you after all? You couldn't be a demigod, could you?
Contrary to my appearance, I am indeed a demigod. I climb with everyone else here.
If you say so. And the woman playing warrior. Well, I wish you all the best of luck to the top. But I must be going to see my father now. So, best of luck to all of you.
I'm so sorry. Who is your father?
I'll tell you. Says, my father is Poseidon, of course, the great master of the sea.
Oh, well, it is a good thing that he has so many. Well, I'm afraid that another one has been slain. It would be a shame for another one to fall also.
Nonsense, nonsense. I will not be claimed by this mountain. With the help of Athena herself, I tamed the Pegasus. The fire-breathing Chimera fell beneath my blade, and the warrior women of Solomon and the Amazons were also defeated by my own spear. I am a great warrior and a great hero, and I will not fail. But I wish you the best of luck.
Dragon.
Well, Chimera, one of the Chimera's heads are a dragon's head. That's how it breathes fire. So technically, I have slain all a lion, a dragon, and even a ram. Strange addition to the creature, but I am not to judge the creations of the gods. Merely here to slay them when they grow unruly.
Unruly indeed. Fair travels, friend.
Fair travels. Watch me as I ride. It'll be the first and perhaps last time you'll ever see such a graceful flight as the Pegasus.
We'll see each other again at the top.
I wish you the best of luck. He mounts the Pegasus very heroically, spear in hand, and he sort of points forward. The Pegasus.
I put a seal on him before he takes off.
Okay, put a seal on him. And, you know, he's a pretty arrogant warrior, but the Pegasus is a gorgeous creature, and you see him flying high into the sky, making his way towards the top, and you guys are like, well, fuck him. But it's in that moment, because it does fly very quick, and as he's about halfway up towards the summit where you are, you see this like little dot sort of seemingly come down towards from the top of the mountain, and the Pegasus kind of goes wide from it, and then they kind of intersect, and it looks like this really large bug of some kind just like goes towards the back of the Pegasus. The Pegasus seems to react and sort of bucks, and the demigod goes, falls off the back of the Pegasus down onto the mountain below.
Tell me the moment he takes damage.
I'll just say that it will work. You don't see necessarily because he disappears into the tree line, right? But you,
yeah, right.
Yeah, you kind of
the way it's worded, when they take damage from anything other than burning a seal, I can burn a seal.
Got it. I understand. So
Yes.
I'll just say that you are like sight of him. You do that, And the Pegasus just kind of turns and just starts flying away from Mount Olympus. And the bug just kind of flies into the forest, not at where the demigod flies away as well. And
I did try to warn them.
Xanthos, I am going to give you inspiration because you hit the mark, like you nail on the head, my friend, nail on the head. Exactly what just happened. And with that, we will go to break.
Beautiful.
No
You think he's
avoiding the
okay?
trials. Oh no. Arrogance of that, of such staggering arrogance is went to a quick death. I mean,
Well,
I'm sure he was very talented.
I'm sure he was. But once again, the temperament of Poseidon's sons seems to be their downfall.
It couldn't possibly
Literally.
be all of them. Could it?
I'm sure that there are some who practice some degree of humility.
I will believe it when I see it. Anyway. Woo! All right. Damn, it feels so good being back in this game, dude.
Good. Yeah, it feels good here too.
Oh, man. I still don't know if like dexterity or strength is better for this build.
I was really like praying over that. I was like, well, I'm taking the armor thing for cleric, so surely I should get strength. Oh, but then AC.
Yeah, until you get fucking like heavy armor, right? Damn. I hate being level 1.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan, are we gonna get our first level up like when we get to the top of Olympus?
For sure. It's a big achievement.
Shit, man. I mean, I guess even a level 1 like adventurer, they're still like they're already far and above your usual fucking civilian.
Yeah. Also, just racially speaking, you've got some bonuses.
Man, I don't think I have anything. You want to look at my sheet real quick?
No. I'll look sure. What do you want me to look at?
Did I pick the right species?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because,
Oh, yeah, you got no traits, huh?
yeah.
Let me go take a look at it.
Maybe it was updated at some
Are you,
point.
are you talking about racial traits? Because I don't have any either.
Yeah, there's not really any racial traits. Yeah.
I'm just humanoid and celestial.
Lifespan, though. Lifespan.
Oh yeah.
Well, you guys should have radiant resistance. I don't know why you didn't get that.
That might be with the aspect of whatever.
Oh, right, that's related to the aspect. That's right. Whatever, deal with it.
Good to go.
The Greek spear is still a d6 too.
Yeah, I know you can. I mean, I can
Oh.
build a special one if you want, but I just figured you guys would keep track of it.
Nah, build a special one.
I use D&D Beyond to have everything handed to me, all right?
Which one is edit it
pretty
yourself?
I'm pretty sure you can just add the
Yes, you
from my
can.
last game. Yeah, the wolf is the same properties as
So I guess because I think you have a Greek spear and then you have a Greek war spear. Not sure how they're different, but the war spear definitely does the D8 to D10 thing, which I guess is the same as a pike, something like that.
Yeah, I'm looking for him in a second. The pike does a D10, I believe, and it has reach.
Is it versatile? Probably not.
No, it's not. It's a two-handed weapon. It's a reach weapon.
Ah, okay.
Balanced spear. What is a balanced spear? Dandelion spear? What the fuck is a dandelion spear? A strange and intimidating weapon. It was made for fishing in the reefs and crags of the shallows. Well, that doesn't sound right at all. Yeah, but if you add war spear, Greek, that's yeah.
Also,
It has a different martial ability though.
Yeah, okay, I'll make a new one. Because it's built off of a war spear or off a trident, so. I'll work on it, but for the time being, just add a normal spear to your inventory and just do the damage adjustment yourself. Okay, but I'll work on building you guys a proper spear. I might go through and delete some. I might just go up and update the weapons, period.
Whatever you want, man. I don't want to make your life harder, but
No, it's all good. I want you guys to feel good about what's in your inventory. It's all good. Okay, let's get back to business. So, someone roll D100. And Vasaliki, roll me a survival check. We never did that before.
I'll roll the 100.
Yeah.
I got a 20.
Yeah, you're good.
15.
You're finding the way just fine. 15 on the D100. Okay. Ooh. Cool. As you guys are following Vasaliki faithfully, Xanthos, since you rolled it, you will notice it. As you guys are walking around, you kind of look into the, the woods, and you see this vine, but it's like a very dark red color in portions of it, like as if this one vine was bloodstained and then wrapped around the tree. But it looks like it naturally grew up beside it.
I'm not good at nature, but can I take a shot at figuring out what the hell that is?
You have no clue. It looks like a bloodstained vine. More than that, you're not sure.
Vasaliki, you seem most familiar with the natural world. What do you suppose that is?
Sure, I'll take a look at it. See what I can.
Okay. Look at it. It's like a bloodstained vine.
Can I touch it?
Yep.
Is it wet?
You have a vision.
Oh shit.
Is it wet?
Okay. Let's see here. You stand up upon the cracked earth. Rivers run red and the sky burns in an unnatural fire. And you stand tall, maybe 25 feet tall. In the distance, you see a spear hurl across the sky, down upon a writhing serpentine figure. Its many heads shriek curses and shake the earth itself as the spear lances into them. And you see from where the lance was thrown a warrior goddess who could only be Athena. Flying through the sky on a chariot of gold, you see Apollo's arrows blaze down like falling stars and strike a massive giant who bleeds molten rock from his gray-black skin. Molten magma seems to flow out of him like the fire is his own blood, and he screams in pain. Monstrous figure, larger than the mountain itself, arises. A giant, an elder giant, one of apocalyptic size, grows, clutching a boulder the size of a city, eyes glowing with hatred fixed upon the heavens. Then suddenly a thunderbolt splits the sky as Zeus descends, casting it forth, and the giant does not fall beneath the bolt of Zeus. Indeed, only when you see as the bolt hits the giant and sort of bounces off, it reels back with the boulder, and in that moment you see float, swirling with arcane energy. You see an elf of magic untold, some kind of mage of legend, who casts a spell forth of pure eldritch energy that blasts into the giant. The giant falters, and into that very wound that is cast upon his body, you see Zeus pulls back and throws the bolt once more, threatening to split the giant. But before it ends, you hear a voice whisper within your mind, whispering a voice through stone and ash that says, "What was once buried may rise again. The blood of giants calls to its kin." And just like that, you are back on the mountain. You are an elven warrior Vasaliki again, and no longer are you a giant witnessing a battle of gods.
So, is it wet?
Wow. I just had a vision of sorts, I believe. And I'll describe the battle that I saw with the giants, Apollo and Artemis. What was the last part of that? The whispering part? What was once dead can rise again. What was the last part of that?
I deleted it.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't need it anymore, because I delivered the vision.
Does anyone else remember what it was? Oh, okay. Well,
basically it said like, what was once king can rise again, essentially. It was a cryptic layering of words about basically like giants rising again.
I don't recommend touching the branch. It's bad news.
If you say so, you're the nature expert.
More of a survivalist than a nature expert, I'd say. But I did get to the bottom of this one, so sure. But yeah, don't touch it. Bad idea.
Very well.
And just to clarify, it's not wet, right?
It's not wet. It's not going.
Oh man. Yeah, I think we should continue on. Unless anyone else really wants to touch it.
Oh, no.
I do not want to touch the wet thing.
I have no desire to touch a plant.
Okay. Great. You guys continue. Magnificent. Somebody roll me a d20 as you enter the last half of the day.
I will.
Okay.
13.
Oh. Interesting. Not quite what I wanted, but it's fine.
You could just do what you wanted. We would have no idea.
No, it's hey, I want the dice tell a story. The dice tell a story. I believe in that. Let's see. Okay. You are going up the side of the mountain, and you start to hear this like sound. You hear this like this sound, this really weird kind of sound. And if you get your eyes on it, you catch sight of this human dressed in enough finery that he's probably some kind of noble or royal. And he is walking along with this big bull that is sort of following him because it's on a rope. And the bull has hanging off the side of him wine, musical instruments, bags of what is probably food. And he is just kind of like dragging this bull along with him. And he seems kind of out of breath. Like it's not an easy thing that he's doing here.
I see we have another traveler of culture. Hello, sir. Fellow demigod, I assume.
Goes, oh, hello, travelers. Pleasure. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is King Hyrius of the city of Hyria.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Candybus, Prince Candybus.
Lovely to meet you, Prince, and fellow travelers. It's getting late. As long as you're abide by the rules of hospitality, I think it doesn't. I think it would behoove us to share a campfire for the night. I am quite tired from climbing this mountain, after all.
If that is all right with my compatriots, I have no objections.
Oh, it would be my pleasure to, well, serve another.
Well, you're honor me. Let's sit. And with that, you sit by the camp. He sort of ropes up his bowl and comes and sits with you all. And you guys can sort of share a little about yourselves. He'll share some about himself. He will say, well, I am come to the mountain to, well, I'm not as heroic as some of all the other demigods who have slain monsters and men, but I am well known for the hospitality of my house, so I bring this bowl to be sacrificed before the gods, and I bring wine and food to entertain them with, and music to play, and hopefully that should show them that I come in good spirit. That is my plan.
You and I are kindred spirits, then. I own a tavern back home.
I see. Well, I own no tavern, but well, I try my best to be good, be a good host anyway. Such is the nature of such is what the gods approve of.
Indeed. Well, speaking of, do you have any particular likes, dislikes? I don't have a great host of ingredients, but I try to accommodate what I can.
Oh, you do me much honor. No, I am not picky, especially on a travel like this.
Very well. Xanthos will just kind of continue to work as normal. Is with knowing that Xanthos is generally like, when we're traveling, you feel it kind of looks a bit out of place. Like he's not all suited to the adventuring life. But when he's like cooking, suddenly he's all bright-eyed and happy and humming along to some tune in his head.
Nice. Magnificent.
How about your instrument? You play?
I play a little, but not so good as most. Well, most who are actually practiced at it.
You know, I've dabbled in the musical arts from time to time. Perhaps I can show you a thing?
I would be honored. Please.
All right. Here, I'll start off with a simple one, and I'll pull out my lyre and play a simple tune, something that is easy to follow along for a novice.
Yeah, he'll try his best to follow along. You teach him, and he picks it up pretty quick. Not pretty. He picks it up by the end of the time that you guys are done. So maybe you kind of pluck strings with him for about a half an hour, and after a half an hour, he kind of grasps a simple tune. And he says, you're quite teaching. I thank you greatly for teachings, but perhaps I will simply give the instruments as gifts, and they might pick more skilled players to use them. a bit of enjoyment.
Suit yourself. Just adding some more tools to your toolbox.
Much appreciated. I see that some of you will have no problem making allies with the gods. You two look to be quite the warriors. You are a magnificent cook, and you are a beautiful musician. I don't expect you will have as difficult a time as that.
I mean, the first challenge is making it to the top of this mountain.
Oh, but not the only challenge. I wonder if I'm only making such good progress because the gods are excited to rain and food and a bowl delivered to them.
Perhaps. You won't know until you get there.
No, I suppose I will not. But be grateful to have made it anyway. Achievement and thrill. And with that, the night can sort of go along. You can settle in for a. Oh, go ahead.
Can I map the day? I've got a spell to help me out this time. It's called Elevated Sight.
Okay. Yeah, that lasts for a minute, I believe. Yeah, that'll help. Sure. Make me. Yeah, why don't you call, because we're using the site, why don't we call it a perception advantage?
$21.
Excellent. You'll fill in a bit of your world map. Like I said, this is so long ago. This is an excellent vantage to sort of gather the countryside down. I'll reveal a little bit more. I've already revealed some. Here, get to. Oh, come on now. Come on now. There we go. Yeah, you get like this much mapped out of the countryside beyond Mount Olympus. And you also, on your sort of like closer, more personal map, you kind of continue to route out your journey. There's a bit of a blip in there from like the mist where you kind of lost track of where you were. But you're starting to kind of, you're able to create like your journey before the mist and your journey after the mist. And maybe one day you will align the two.
Did you reveal it on the map? So?
I sure did.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you got the whole eastern shoreline at this point from being this high on the mountain. At least as far as visual range allows. I'll give you a little bit to the right there, but the mountains are starting to obscure your vision even at this height from Romulos. Yeah, I'll give you that too. A little bit more, just so we really know that that's a mountain. I'll give you that too. Okay. Yeah, you're making progress. You'll sleep. But something else is going to happen. Who's taking what watch?
Vasaliki, you'll take the first one.
Okay. Who else is taking what watch?
I will take the second.
I'll take third.
Okay. Candybus. You are keeping watch Make me a perception check. Or actually, what's your passive perception? Passive perception.
Passive is 13.
Understood. $13. You are watching over the camp while everyone's asleep. Yep, that bull's there, chilling, asleep. Party members are all asleep, except for you. You're just hanging out, and you don't hear it at all. But suddenly, like out of the corner of your eye, you catch a shadow, and you turn around. You turn to your side to see, walking, almost unaware of yours and your camp's presence, and just as still as possible, you see this almost cataract-eyed, like blackish gray skinned young young woman. She has she has horns, and she's clearly Nixari, but she walks kind of ghost or shadow through the camp, and her feet are entirely silent.
I think I'll quietly get up and kind of cautiously approach. Like, how far away from the camp is she?
She walks straight through your camp. You don't even notice that she's upon you all until she appears in the firelight, and is just slowly, with no great pace, walking 15 feet around, for example, just slow and as steady and as easy can be, just walking through your camp like a ghost without a sound.
Excuse me, madam. Can I help you?
She turns and looks at you. You see her white eyes or pupilless eyes, and she speaks so softly. She says, "I was just making my way up the mountain."
As are we.
I have no quarrels with you.
That's good to hear. I have no quarrels with you. Don't let me impede your journey.
She just kind of nods to you, and it's still like a ghost. You try and listen, but no matter how intensely you listen, her feet, whether touching and crinkling leaves under them, no matter what, perfect silence. Not by any will of trying. She just simply puts one foot in front of the other, and no sound is produced. She walks barefoot along the ground, steps over your friends, and disappears into the dark without a sound.
Ugh. All right, I'll maintain my watch. I'll keep an eye out for any more ghostly figures walking through the camp.
Yeah, perhaps you're not even sure that you met a living creature today and not just some strange underworld spirit or ghost. But yeah, you wait, you watch, nothing else bad happens, all get a long rest. Pictures on the way of this particular entity. Okay. Perhaps you just saw a god. Who's to say? All right. Wake up. Long rest had. Actually. You may continue your journey. Just Candybus, or the king will awaken. He will enjoy his food, and he will say great thanks, and he'll continue his journey up the side of the mountain. He says, "I don't want to slow you down. It is slow moving with this great bull. I have to pick my steps very carefully. So by all means, thank you for your time, and I'll hopefully see you at the peak of the mountain. Good luck."
Good luck to you as well.
Best of luck.
And continues. You guys are getting pretty close. You're maybe, let's see, you've had 2 effective days. You have maybe 2 more ahead of you, and you'll make it. I would like someone to roll a d20 and someone to roll a d100 for 2.
I'll do the D100.
I'll do the D20, I guess.
All right.
$17.
11.
17, 11. Which of you is rolling a d20?
Me.
You're rolling a d20. Okay. So you rolled the 11 on the d20. What did you roll on the d100, Candybus?
17 on the D100.
17, thank you. Okay. Let's see what you discover on the mountain today. As you guys are walking up, okay, easy music. As you guys are walking up the mountain some more, Vasaliki, I'll survival check, please.
It's a 13.
13. 13. 13 to 13. As you're traveling, you guys are going to come upon wait, oh yeah. You're walking and walking, and you start to hear this strange sound. It's like almost like clicking and clattering sound. And as you're making your way up on your little hike through what is becoming very difficult terrain, up the side of a almost vertical climb up the mountain, by Vasaliki's leadership, you hear some ways up the mountain, only a little bit, but enough to be heard. Sound of metal and something else solid banging together. And at the very, just a little ways ahead, you are going to see 4 Hoplite warriors, but they have no skin on their bones. They have no flesh on their bones of any kind. There are horrific sights to see. Just these wandering, shambling bones that are held together by the armor that they wear, and some other unknown force. They wear armor from a forgotten age. Barely recognizable. And they look down at you. What do you do?
Abominations. She'll like point out at them. They're like, when you say no flesh, you mean literally like their bones, right?
They're just bones, no flesh on their bones,
Yeah.
just bones.
Yeah, Vasaliki's getting like ready to attack, but she holds off for just a moment.
Okay.
They've certainly seen better days, haven't they?
This is well, a sad fate for those who have lost their lives.
They should be put to rest.
That they should.
You there? Do you speak?
They.
I don't think they speak.
And they hold up their spears and will enter sort of the phalanx stance, and I'll need all of you to roll initiative.
It was worth a try.
Well, it's always worth a try. Ooh. Vasaliki, like any even-sided die.
Okay. That's all of them.
That is all of them.
I got a 2.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. What did everybody roll? Who rolled a 20 plus?
My name.
All right.
Which might not actually be that useful because I
Who
don't
rolled
have turn
a-
undead yet.
No worries. Who rolled a 15 plus?
Romulos rolled a 19.
Nice. Who rolled a 10 plus?
14.
13.
Very well. And that's that then. Okay. Okay. Hopefully I'm gonna pick the right one here. So let's get down to business. Starting us off, Xanthos, you're quickest on the draw. What do you do?
How far are these skellies away from me?
They are at about 50 feet at the closest.
That's fine. I don't know if this will even work, but I'll cast Toll the Dead.
All right, which one?
You know what? Let's just go with this one. Wisdom save from the skelly.
Wisdom save from the skelly. That is going to be a 13.
Meets it, beats it.
Meets it, beats it. For whatever reason, this toll, this bell that you have the power to sound. The sound itself is supposed to be the sound of death. It's supposed to be the sound of end and of a creature's end. But for whatever reason, perhaps because it's already dead, you miscalculated, and the sound isn't quite powerful enough to bring down this undead creature. Is there anything else?
Well, that's unfortunate. No, I'm at the back, so I'm happy here. Actually, no, I'll move forward because I'm decently. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is difficult terrain, so I'll scoot you like right comfy right up behind your two allies, and that'll cost you 20 feet. Yeah, it'll cost you 20 feet. Hard to move through your allies, but 10 feet, unfortunately.
Cool.
Okay. Fantastic. Romulos.
Okay. So are they?
How close are they to you? 35 feet.
35 feet, eh?
Uh-huh.
I will take a step up next to Vasaliki, which is probably like 10 feet. Yeah,
This would be considered a climb, so it's about 10 feet costing you 20.
10 feet costing you 20. Fuck,
Yeah, half
dude.
speed. Half speed.
Okay. Cool. And I will pull out a short bow.
All right.
And I'm gonna shoot that thing.
Okay. It'll be a
None of them have been
disadvantage.
injured, right?
None of them have been injured, but this will be considered disadvantage as they are standing in a phalanx, and they have a special feature. Protect each other.
Very good. Very nice. Okay. Shikayate. All right. Roll again. 17 is the lowest.
That will certainly hit. Roll some damage.
Awesome. I'm going to with Savage Attacker.
Hell yeah.
All right, for a total of 8.
A total of 8. All right. 8 damage. You managed to find a shot between the plate, or between the shields, and you hit him with it.
Fuck yeah. And because I hit with that attack, I will place a seal on that.
Most understood. I'll mark him for a seal.
And I believe that will be my turn as I look to Vasaliki with a grin. Like, up next.
In this moment, the warriors rear back. Yeah, what's gonna happen is these two guys are gonna sort of put down their shields, and they're gonna take out short bows, and they're gonna fire 2 short bows at my 2 frontliners, Vasaliki and Romulus. This is for you, Romulus.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
4 points of piercing damage. And Vasaliki, it is only a 12.
It's a miss.
It's a miss. In that moment, these 2 warriors, seeming to have a very good understanding of phalanx, how phalanx warfare works, are going to stand behind these warriors, and they are going to just like continue to hold their shields firm, and they're essentially going to take the dodge action, but they will be protecting those behind them. Vasiliki, you're up. What do you do, Ranger?
Is there any chance I can get into melee with them, or not really?
No. This would be your full movement, 15 feet. Difficult terrain.
Damn. That blows. Yeah, we'll get as close as we can.
All right, you go charging up the best you can.
Yeah.
And then?
And then I'm gonna... How far away is the closest one?
"15 feet.
Oh. Shoot my longbow.
Okay. You guys see Vasiliki take out this longbow. It is the most longest and sturdy bow you've ever seen. Behind the scenes, longbows are the special weapons developed by the Amazons.
Oh man, is it at disadvantage?
Sure is.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna go well. We got a 12.
12. So 2 things are going to happen. Your arrow sinks into the shield of one of them standing at the front. And then you're going to see it kind of like make some movement, and fall over defeated.
What?
And you're going to see arrows sticking out of its back. Or a single arrow sticking out of its back, or out of the back of its head. And then 3 spears are going to come down from upper the terrain and strike into the back of the other 3. And those spears sink deep, and those 3 are dead as well. You look up the mountain to see where it came from, as the spear where the spear throw came from clearly reveals its thrower. And you are going to see, hopefully I'm hitting the right track here. You look up the mountain to see 4 warrior women that don't necessarily look too dissimilar from Vasaliki herself. One is wielding a bow, the other 3 wield only shields, as their spears have been thrown. And you're going to see the 4 most intimidating women. You thought it was Vasaliki who was the most intimidating woman in the world, but it seems there are 4 more so. They are elven, they are single-breasted, and they are intense-looking ladies who are strong. They are warriors' bodies, and they kind of sort of reveal themselves. And Vasaliki, you realize your mother and your aunts are here. That's what you rolled for on the d20.
Cool.
Queen Hippolyta will look down and will say in Elvish, "What are you laughing at?"
The Wonder Woman soundtrack.
Fuck yeah! Don't lie, it's a great track. It's a great track.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad. She's going to look down and say, "Daughter."
Mother, fancy meeting you here. I figured you'd be long ahead of me.
She cocks an eyebrow and kind of smiles at your, vigor, shall we say. Your aunt, Antiope, will say, "She may be your mother, but do not forget you are in the presence of men." She'll kind of snort and say, "Should have known that you would seek the strength of men to make up for your own weakness."
She'll roll her eyes at her aunt.
So this is the beguiling aunt that you spoke of, Vasiliki.
The one on
I will say your aunt Melon look at Romulus and say, "Watch your tongue and speak when spoken to before the Queen of the Amazons, man."
The aunt said this?
One of the aunts says this. There's 3 aunts.
But the queen didn't speak.
The queen did not speak, but one of her sisters spoke for her and basically said, like, "Watch how you speak in front of the Queen of the Amazons," essentially. They go forward and, like, take their spears out of the backs of the skeletons that were slain. And you will perhaps pointedly note Vasiliki. Antiope pulls her arrow out of the skeleton, shot and missed, and she kind of smirks in your direction as she does so.
Mother, why is it that you didn't allow me to travel with you?
He says, "You don't think that you are capable of making the journey?"
I just thought we'd show up as a unit together as Amazon warriors.
This is not a challenge for any one of us. This is an afternoon. We are not so soft and weak as these Greek princes. This is bonding. And the other aunts sort of kind of like chuckle at that. Say, this is no challenge for us. And it is time that you showed your own worth.
Well, we've encountered many obstacles this far, and they've yet to slow us down.
But I would expect nothing less from my daughter.
Yes, mother. And this is all in Elvish, right?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
We'll see you at the top then.
She smiles and gives you a stern nod. She'll say, "Come, sisters." And the princess sisters of Hippolyta will sort of Antiope doesn't like stick her tongue out at you or anything, but she she gives you like a long look, kind of like looking you up and down as if she was unimpressed by you, and trails along after the other two sisters of Hippolyta. And the Amazons, with a very fleet, skilled step, make their way up the difficult rocky surface of the mountain as if it is just like walking down the street. They're clearly very skilled at traveling in nature and do so with ease and disappear as quick as they can.
Vasaliki will continue leading the way, but she kind of like is a little grumpy doing it. A little grumpier than normal, I should say.
Romulos will kind of try to keep a stride. I mean, it has been shown that if he's not carrying Candybus up the mountain, that he can stay probably a step behind. And say what?
That was a rather tense family reunion.
Indeed. Indeed.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No. I said it was a rather tense family reunion.
Well, they're not always like that, I suppose, but they did leave me behind, and I suppose it stings a bit.
I would hate to think that we cramped your style, as the kids say.
I don't run with you sort typically, and she looks at all the men before her.
How much did we hear that wasn't in Elvish?
The only thing you would have heard not in Elvish is like directed at you, where you were like, "Careful how you speak." Well, you're an elf, so she would have spoken Elvish at you. So yeah. Everything was Elvish.
Okay.
They wouldn't have swapped languages for men.
We can continue onward. I'd like to make it up this mountain as soon as possible.
Very well.
Maybe we even double time it and see if we can beat them to the top.
You are muted, Candybus.
Yes, I would like to beat them to the top and prove that men are just as capable as women.
That's the spirit, Candybus.
I will simply do my best.
And that is all that is required. And he'll look at Vasaliki, and then he'll start talking in Elvish. I am sorry that you have had to your life.
It's Antiope. they can be difficult, but my mother's done well to raise me to be a strong and courageous warrior, so I don't fault her for being tough on me.
Well, that is tough, and then there is more.
Well, there's no space for softness. I once knew very, and like at this, like her eyes kind of like go a little distant as if she's remembering, and I once knew someone very soft and kind-hearted, and they were not long for this world.
Rest assured, after that encounter, there's nothing soft about this elven prince.
It's very common with Elvish.
That's funny.
Bro, I'll probably say that in Elvish since.
Oh,
I don't know. That's great.
Xanthos is just like,
What's so funny?
Amazing.
usual Candybus words. Nothing to concern yourself.
Ah, I understand.
Indeed.
Knows immediately.
Exactly.
I've known you for 2 days. I know exactly what you're talking
So I think we're gonna try to double time it.
about. Okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And so you do. Luckily, you certainly rolled well enough that it will support quick movement. Magnificent. You are going to move up a little bit faster. See if you can beat them to the top. It's a tall order, Vasaliki. Despite the fact that you are moving at double time, you and your party members are definitely not as experienced warrior rangers as your mother and her sisters are. And you sort of puff for breath as you're making your way up the some occasionally very steep ascents. And your allies are as well, as you got to kind of scramble carefully up the rocks rather than your mother, who sort of climbs like it's walking. But you do make good time, and by the end of the day, you might be doing good. Someone give me one more roll of the d20.
I'll do it.
All right.
Shikayate. Fuck. 8.
It's
I know it doesn't. It's just like the range,
Yeah.
but
yeah. If anything, that's good because you're getting rid of low rolls. All right, you travel, and you are going to sort of, as you're like making your way up, you're going to hear 2 people walking. Let's see here. And you're going to see these 2 gentlemen, these 2 rather well dressed. They are perhaps kings themselves by their bearings, and seem to walk and seem to have the friendliness of family. Well, not Vasaliki's family, that is, but they seem to be like brothers by their appearance, and they walk and talk, and they're like, "What do you think we'll see at the top, brother?" I'm just hoping to get back to my wife before she does something else foolish, you know. Well, such is their way. You know what you were getting into. And 2 of them just talk very friendly as they're making their way, but you guys are like scaling a rock wall on the way up. Would you want to reveal yourselves before these 2 individuals?
Ahoy there, who goes?
Ahoy there. That's great.
I don't know.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yarr. We be demigods.
Avast ye,
Avast ye.
travelers.
Yarr. magnificent. All right. They kind of look. They go, brother, did you hear that? And he goes, yeah, I did. And they kind of look down the rock wall. Go, oh, travelers, you look to have gotten yourself into a rather difficult climb. Would you like some help? We can still lend down some rope.
Sure.
All right. Tie it to that tree, brother. And they will tie off a rope and lend it down for you, and you guys can clamber to the top a little bit easier than you expected. They sort of pat you on the back, and one of them is going to say, well, what happened to you? You all are traveling like you have a lion chasing you.
We have somewhere to be.
Oh, yeah, like you and the last 10 people we've ran into, huh?
Yeah, I suspect so. We're trying to make it to Mount Olympus and one there before someone else.
I see. They look at the sky and the sun's going down and say, well, do you plan to travel by night? It only grows more dangerous.
I suppose we're not traveling by night quite yet.
Well, then, let us appease the gods and share a campfire. What do you say? Looks like you could use a break. My brother has caught himself a boar yesterday. We have some extra meat I'm sure you'll appreciate.
Xanthos lights up.
I do like some extra meat.
I can do many things with a boar.
Yes. Perhaps our resident cook or chef at this point could return the favor and make you a bountiful meal.
He goes, magnificent. Well, we have an accord then, don't we? Let's settle in then. Brother, why don't you? One of them says, brother, why don't you play us a tune on that fabulous lyre of yours, and the rest of us will get things done. The one that has the bow strung across his back, he like takes out these folded, like he takes out basically boar meat and very fine cuts of boar. You get a sense this person's like a decent hunter, and has cut some very fine cuts of meat off of whatever boar he slew yesterday. And the other one sits down and pulls out the most fabulous solid gold lyre you have ever seen, and he starts to play.
Solid gold, that's impressive.
I kind of look over at Candybus.
I'm like, Candybus is like salivating.
It is truly a gorgeous lyre. It's not just solid gold, but it's filigree with beautiful design. It has faces of gods on it, and is just like a work of art unto itself. The value of this thing is probably beyond comprehension. The music that comes from it is exceptional. He says, "Oh, you like this? Why don't you all sit down, and I will make the fire." And he folds his leg and he starts playing this beautiful music. And as he does so, you see the twigs along the, sitting along the ground are going to sort of come alive and kind of start flying through the air, and then sort of assemble right in the middle of where you're setting up camp. And from perhaps commanded by the music that he plays, a marvelous fire is going to be built by the grace of the music that comes from his lyre. And then it ignites with a last strum as he completes his song.
Now, I play a mean lyre, but I've never done anything like that.
I can't take all the credit. This was a gift, actually, given to me from Hermes. I used it to build the walls of our city. Allow me to introduce myself. I am King Amphion of Thebes, and this is my brother, Xanthos, co-founder of Thebes. The other brother sort of gives a little bow.
So many kings making their journey on this mountain. I myself am not a king yet. I am Prince Candybus.
Says, oh, well, you might as well then be a king. There's only a matter of time for you then, Candybus. Or Prince of where, if I might ask?
I am the Prince of... I'm the Prince, where am I? Of Phethia.
Ah, Pythia, I've heard of this island. You must send your regards to your father on my behalf. Tell him that King Amphion of Thebes would be happy to host him anytime. And you yourself, of course, are welcome. In fact, all of you are welcome. I don't know what is going to happen on that mountain, but, well, wherever you're heading, perhaps you might enjoy a little hospitality in Thebes. My city, if I might boast, is a fine one.
Obviously so, if you are so kind, great king.
Generosity is important. Hospitality, more important. The gods are to be said. Gods are to be believed. And they are, of course.
If only your generosity.
The co-founder, Xanthos, says, must be careful, it's going to go to his head. Amphion kind of waves his hand. He goes, you never let me have anything, brother. He says, I let you have that lyre, and I let you have Niobe. He goes, I suppose that's true. Well, the Niobe parts. Position amongst the both of us. There's no lying about that. He goes, there. And starts like helping out Xanthos with whatever he needs, just kind of handing you stuff, like not cooking, but helping and handling.
That I have to take you up on that offer of a visit to Thebes. Hard to find a warm welcome for one such as I.
Well, if you, he says, well, by the way that you cook, I'm sure Thebes will be honored to have someone who can bring some taste. We have high walls, but maybe we need to improve our cooking. Where are you from that you have such talents?
I run a tavern in Macedonia, in the Singed Horns.
From Macedonia? I was led to believe that this was a barbaric country, but your skills at cooking, they are, well, very impressive.
Many years of trial and error. And the desire to achieve a dream.
Desire to achieve.
I was never going to win customers and tenants with my looks, so I had to win them over some other way. And most can be won over with food.
They both laugh at that. They say it's true, there are few joys greater than a good meal. And Xanthos says, well, Amphion, it sounds like you've been away from your wife's bed for too long, if you believe that. And he kind of rolls his eyes. Says, well, let us say this. Why don't we make a pact between us? We keep an eye on each other, help each other out up there on the mountain. Sounds like there's going to be a lot of competition up there. It'd be good to have some allies, some people to rely on. And if all goes well and we all remain friends by the end, you'll be welcome in Thebes. We'll travel together south after the mountain is done.
As long as you don't slow us down, because we're moving at a fast pace.
Oh, by all means, travel the mountain at whatever pace you like, but let us descend together, is all we say.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
Do you think they will let us descend?
They kind of look at each other. Amphion says, Amphion says, never considered that. Xanthos says, do you think that they intend to keep all the demigods of Olympus? Do you think this is some kind of ruse? Do you think Zeus is lying? Amphion says, no, do not say such things. It's a blasphemy, surely.
I do not believe that Zeus is lying. I am merely saying that, well, how is he to foster such heroes in this age of heroes if we can just leave the place where the teachings are being conducted so readily?
Fair points.
As with life, the teachings are everywhere. I'm sure we will leave to conduct heroic deeds, only to return later.
I suppose that begs the question then, who will run all of these kingdoms now that all of these kings and princes and nobles are leaving?
Amphion says, well, I have left my queen in charge of the city while I have gone. For example, I expect everyone has people to run the city, whether it be sons who need yet to be prepared for the trials, or brothers who are have been skilled advisors, or advisors themselves. I suppose it is at the disposition of any king or any ruler who they leave to keep an eye on things. But I intend to return to Thebes the moment that the gods are done with us, just to make sure my city is doing well, such as a duty of a king. But it is also the duty of a king to answer the summons when Zeus calls.
Indeed. Well, it will be nice knowing that you two are up there going through the same thing that we are.
Yes.
And I wish you all the success in your endeavors.
Thank you. You're kind to say so. His brother, Amphion's brother. I can write it down. Where is his name? There it is, Xanthos. Xanthos says, so, not to boast, but, and Amphion says, oh, here he goes. But Xanthos says, it's a worthy question. Want to know the competition after all. Who are your parents? Who is it that you come to Mount Olympus for? Who is it that birthed you from their loins? And Amphion's like, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. He goes, but I'm sure they're curious about us.
I mean, you already know of my father, King Deucalion.
Zeta says, and your mother?
Oh, Queen Para.
They kind of look at each other. They say, you're not a demigod?
In a way, you go further back. See, my father's father was Prometheus, the Titan.
They're kind of shocked. Really? Never heard of such a, they look at each other and goes, I suppose the Titan blood must run strong to extend down to yourself. Well, far be it for us to judge if Hermes is called upon you. It's a most extraordinary thing. Is your, and then Amphion will say, is your mother or your father considered a god then?
They may be demigods themselves. They're certainly royalty. Survivors of the Great Flood.
Xanthos looks to his brother and he says, I'll tell you later. Well, most interesting, Prince Candybus. Most interesting position you find yourself in. I wish you all the best of glories on the mountain.
You too.
And what are the rest of you? Who, Xanthos says, who might your all parents be then?
I am the son of Hades.
They look shocked again. Well, I thought, they look at each other, and Xanthos as well. I thought, grandfather Prometheus was going to be the most surprising thing I heard in this circle. The Lord of the Dead, the god of the underworld. Must be quite a story.
If only it was. I was largely raised by myself.
I see. Oh, please.
The underworld is a lonely place. Is what I'll say.
Breaking the mood, Amphion says, "Did you hear? The priests have spoken often about the marriage of Hades. He has claimed for himself a bride, just recently."
I am aware. And I have some, well, I could have be a little bit nervous.
I suppose I would be too, says Xanthos. Amphion says, well, I for one am glad that, everything has gone well, that Zeus has figured out what was going on over there, that endless winter was horrible. It's good to see it is finally broken. Look around and say, well, what of you two golden elves? So vibrant and beautiful. What about you two? Where is your parentage?
She very confidently, not like I'm doing it all, but like she very confidently says, I'm the daughter of Zeus.
The brothers look at each other and kind of they start laughing. Is that, and I thought Prometheus and Hades was going to be the most surprising. Because, well, it seems that we are siblings. Yes, we are twins. Our father is Zeus.
He is known to have many children. It's
They laugh again.
It's nice to meet you both.
It is an honor to meet you. You, of course, sister, are most welcome in Thebes. The reason our father is inclined to have many children. Xanthos says, I admit I have not ever heard of him having a daughter, aside from, of course, his divine children, but never a demigod. Very interesting.
I suppose it would make us cousins then.
Yeah.
Amphion says, if I may, it's best not to think about it too hard about the family ties.
It gets complicated.
And a little weird.
Indeed, indeed.
Xanthos says, and you, golden-haired warrior, you have a most unique visage about you. Who might you have been born of?
I do not know.
Oh. They look at each other and kind of nod, and Amphion says, I think there's something kind of fun about it. Guess you'll find out, won't you?
I suppose so.
Well, I hope it, Xanthos will say, well, I hope it is somebody good. I hope it's not like, Demeter or something.
Yes, I suppose that would be a bit lackluster.
Well, it means you're going to be a farmer if you want to do anything but worthwhile in her domain, or be bitter enough and bring winter about.
Perhaps Hestia. I mean, I have been known to be quite welcoming. So
They both laugh again. And they said, no, 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 you don't give Hestia. You are a warrior. You have the form of a warrior, the strength of a warrior. You carry arms and armor. Hestia is such a peaceful goddess. They kind of look at each other and they go, Ares, maybe?
what is peace if not a prelude to war?
Xanthos says, tell that to Hestia.
Very true.
The night will continue on. You will all get a long rest as the two princes sit with you. They will rise early in the morning and they'll leave you the rest of their boar meat for dinner tomorrow. And they will say, we're going to leave you early now. We wish you the best of luck. And if you are fast, perhaps you'll make the top of the mountain today. Best of luck.
Fair winds and following terrain. I can't really say sea, but
May Artemis guide you through the wilderness. And they will sort of laugh and continue on their merry way, the two brothers of Zeus. Or two brother sons of Zeus. Brothers who are sons of... Well, you got there. All right, Vasaliki. This is the big one. I need a survival check. Let's see if we get to Mount Olympus today.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh no! What do you mean, oh no? What'd you get?
8.
An 8?
Yeah.
Oh, and you're moving extra fast too.
Candybus falls off the mountain and dies.
Ah!
I will tell you what, Vasaliki. Oh, you know what? I don't think I can, because though you can see the summit is very clear to you. This is definitely the most dangerous part of the climb. So here is what I'm going to say. You take the party on a rather dangerous route. Similar to when you started this journey, your tenaciousness, your ambition sort of blinds you in this moment. And you kind of force this party to move through dangerous terrain that you are determined to move through to get to the top of, but your party perhaps less ready to do so. You might make it to the end today, but this is dangerous terrain you're flying on. I'm going to need a couple things. The first is I need a D20 roll from someone, and then I need a D100 roll from someone, and then I need an athletics check from everybody.
Athletics check from everybody.
Because this is a steep, difficult climb
All right.
going on.
Who's rolling what?
I need. Who wants to roll the D20?
I
Flat
will.
D20. All right, Vasiliki's got the D20. Who's rolling D100?
I'll do the D100.
Cool. All right. Let's start with athletics checks.
11.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay. 17.
Hey, Candybus, good job. Vasiliki,
9.
Romulus, 11.
Wins.
Okay. What was the D20 roll? Flat D20 roll.
It was 3.
The D100?
Yeah.
27.
Okay, let's see what happens.
It's been nice, guys.
It's been nice, guys.
Rocks fall, everybody dies.
Rocks fall, everybody dies. Okay. Okay. Bleo. You guys are all climbing. You're reaching towards the final summit. You are tired, and the most tired, though she doesn't realize it, is Vasaliki. Vasaliki, you're pushing yourself beyond what you should be pushing yourself. You are your mother has told you that your weakness is your ambition, that it blinds you sometimes. Your determination to prove yourself sort of blinds you at times, and you forget this in this moment. As you are climbing fast, you are climbing strong ahead of the party. There is a tremble in the earth, and that tremble lets loose a rock that Vasaliki you were holding. You fall past your party.
Oh no.
Can I try to catch her since I was close? 11 to 9. Also, Xanthos had 11.
Make me strength save.
Me?
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
You get her ankle, but your fingers on the rock wall slip, and you get ripped from the wall with her.
Oh no.
You two fall.
Oh,
and in this
no.
moment, that tremble in the wall grows. The wall opens. It's enough to knock you free, Xanthos. You fall as well.
Ah, shit.
And Candybus, the rock wall opens right between your two handholds, and you're like, and you're kind of holding it like this, where you're kind of like Tom Cruise in the second movie when he's like on the rock wall at the beginning of the movie. You're kind of holding on like that, but it's not like a cool Tom Cruise moment. It's like, and you're just kind of hanging, dangling, your feet sort of kicking, and you can't do much, but your party has fallen from peak there. What do you do, Candybus? Your 17 saves you from falling, but the earth has split, and the earth, it seems, has opened up to swallow your party.
I look up and see how close I am to the summit.
Close. So close.
And I take
The
a
sun
deep
in
breath.
is growing low.
And I descend. I drop.
Together or nothing.
Together. I met you 4 days ago. You hit the ground hard, all of you. But you awaken. It seems, well, whoever controls the earthquakes around here is angry with you all. It seems that fate has other plans. It seems that the fates were kind today. As you awaken to a number of men standing around you, young men. You see 3 men. One is kind of leaned up against, he'll be the last you see, kind of leaned up against the wall, sort of away from you, kind of like bored or agitated. But the 2 other ones are sort of at all of your side and seem to have brought you all to 1 hit point as you awake here in the evening. I'm just going to roll to see who's tending who while you all come to awakenness. Okay. Here, he's waking up. Romulus, you're the first to wake of your party. You're at 1 hit point and has been. You see one of these men come over and say, "Lay still, lay still. You're very hurt. Lay still. You broke some bones. Lay still."
Is Vasaliki all right?
He goes, the woman. She will live.
Yes.
But she's still unconscious. Your friends will live. You're lucky that we were here when you fell. I don't know what you did to piss off Poseidon, friend, but he looks like he wants you dead.
Well, I have a few ideas.
Yes.
Oh.
I am, okay, I'll tell you his name. My name is Sarpedon, and this is my brother, Radamanthus.
Well met.
Or Saradon, and this is my brother, Radamanthus. Yes, well met. Well met. Yes, hi. You must indeed be a demigod climbing this mountain if you survive that fall.
Well, all thanks to you, I imagine.
You have strength about you in your blood, friend. I don't think we could have saved you if you didn't have some exceptional physical will about you.
Just please make sure that my companions survive.
All right, just lay still, and he will wander away. It takes an hour, but after about an hour, Xanthos and Vasaliki will wake up next. You two will both wake up in similar straits. One of you tended to by this Sarpedon, the other by this Radamanthus, who say, be still. Your wounds, they're great.
Oh, I'm sure they are. I can feel it quite acutely, but I have my own means of tending to myself. I appreciate your efforts so far. I'll cast Cure Wounds on myself.
You cast Cure Wounds on yourself. You feel your bones all sort of push into place, and you are well enough again to stand.
Like, stretch. Oh. But... Where's the line is squared on my back?
That's some skill you have at healing. The gods must have blessed you with their own divine blood.
No one's taken any credit, but I suspect Hestia approves of my life to grant me at least a minor miracle or two. How might I help?
Well, your friends took a tumble. They're all going to live, but, I mean, if you can get them up quickly, I'm sure they will appreciate it.
I can treat one of them.
It seems your elf friend has survived. The woman, and the singer is still trying to come to consciousness.
Well, since Romulus and Vasaliki are actually up and about, I'll head to Candybus.
All right, you head over to Candybus. The man in the corner, who Romulus has grown perhaps a little more aware of, is sort of rubbing his head. He's got his spear and shield leaned against the wall. He looks very unhappy with the other two men, very sort of frustrated it's taking so long. But yes, you go over there, Xanthos. Go ahead and apply your healing.
Yep, I shall place a hand on Candybus's forehead and cast Cure Wounds.
It only works below the belt.
I would
Opens
never,
one eye.
I wouldn't dare do such a thing.
Oh, you're no fun. Fine. And Candybus will sit up.
Just because I came to you at all. I imagine you're too pretty for the underworld.
Well, we wouldn't know unless I go there. I'm sure there's plenty of acceptable suitors.
I believe the climate would ruin your hair.
It wouldn't be the first time I've had my hair ruined.
There is some laughter at Candybus's charms, shall we say, by Sarpedon. At this point, you'll see a woman sort of return with a a kill sort of over her shoulder. Like I have a ring of hairs around her shoulder. Kind of put down the bow and we'll start skidding them. Once seeing that you're all well, you're going to see that the gentleman named Radamanthus is going to go over to her and speak to her, and she's kind of a little cold with him. But at this point, you have all awakened. Some of you worse for wear, some of you not.
For those of us that are worse for wear, I mean, I got a couple spell slots. I'll give a healing word to Romulos and Vasaliki.
Yeah, that's dope.
Awesome.
Do Romulos first.
As he's doing that, like Romulos will kind of look over, and he'll look kind of like obviously in pain, but he seems more worried about like that he didn't catch Vasaliki, and he'll say, I'm sorry that I did not catch you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no hard feelings. Well, should be honest with myself that I think my ambition got in the way a bit, and I pushed ourselves a little too hard to make it to the top. So it's really I that should be apologizing.
The gentleman who's kind of been off to the side kind of shakes his head at all of your sentiments. He kind of walks over to his brother who's talking to the woman who's just arrived and kind of like gives him a gesture as if to like get lost. And his brother does. He comes over to start to tend to all of you, and he sits beside the woman who seems to enjoy his company more.
What did you roll on healing?
9 points each.
I was
9 points each.
14 for you, by the way.
Oh, more than enough. Overflowing with health. Amongst other things.
You guys are sort of coming to. It is late. The woman kind of gets up and sort of like leaves. There's definitely like the guy kind of like grabs for her arm, like, no, I don't want you to go, kind of thing. And she kind of like takes her arm back and like says something to him, kind of in like a kind of way. You don't really know the context of the conversation, but she kind of leaves. He looks a little annoyed. He turns around and he says, Radamanthus, Eden, you have healed them and helped them. Let us move on so we can meet our father. This is taking too long. We've surely fallen behind. And Sarpedon will say, but brother, it is dark now. The climb will be dangerous. I know, or the person's this third brother says, you should have thought of that before you decided to waste your time. Now, come. He starts to seem to abide by what he says. So sorry, our brother is. Anyway, good luck. The two brothers kind of go along after him with like looks of like, you know, we better, but he's an asshole. Anyone wants to make a history check to see who these people are that you ran into? Go right ahead.
Totally.
I'm gonna, yeah, all of you can roll different DCs for each of you depending on what you've done.
I got 11.
You don't know Romulos.
I got 9.
Oh, Candybus. All right. Maybe you might know. What about the rest of you?
6.
Yeah, I don't know. Xanthos.
15, but I think like
15. From being from Macedonia, I think that's a little far away.
Yeah.
Candybus would have actually had grounds to have known this the best, but unfortunately you rolled a little low. So whoever these guys are, they take off. Do you wish to try and complete this climb tonight? Or complete this climb tomorrow? Sorry I was so ambitious.
Let us try again. What is this climb if not for us to get back up at our failures and overcome the obstacles? Perhaps a different route this time.
Good.
Make me a survival.
Okay. Oh, please be good. I got a 12.
A 12. You're like, right. And you pretty much take the party on a slightly easier path, but not terribly easier, unfortunately. It's still an ambitious one, despite yourself. It's still one that might get you there before these other three brothers get there.
This time, if we reach a particularly treacherous part of this climb, I'd like to pass out some bardic inspirations.
All right, certainly.
I'd like to have some guidance as well, if that's allowed.
Do we have that good shit like pitons?
Do you?
That
Definitely
good shit.
not.
I do.
I do, yeah.
I have rope.
All right. So
You guys
as
have
we
like
go
a,
up,
like a
So,
caveman
right.
Squidward moment while he's like looking at the fire and looking at the rock and like
yeah,
he's like trying to put it all together.
as early as of a piton as you can possess in this time. I'm sure that as much as ancient Greeks had to climb fucking steep ass rock walls to get eggs and shit, I'm sure that they have something like that.
Well, let me go look it up. I'm pretty sure too.
Just like scaling walls for like sieges, surely.
Yeah.
That I mean, I'm just thinking like bare bones, like guy lives on a fucking island in the Mediterranean. Like it's like, oh yeah, birds nest there. Let me go get some fucking eggs. Let me fucking, I don't know. Or at least go to the top and fucking rappel his way down.
I am gonna be generous and say that due to the fact that I've made ships exist at this time, that there is like certain rigging material has been modified for better climbing gear very recently by some genius. You guys are like the first people using Pythons. Like Pythons came out this year. This is the new iPhone.
Okay, so yeah, he'll kind of
these things called Pythons. Really?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Yeah. So Romulos, he'll kind of I think he'll show everybody these things. All right. So we will use these every 10 feet or so. Last person, dislodge, and then we continue up. We will wrap each other in rope. And as we
I can get down with that.
I am sure, Candybus. Okay, and as we advance, we put new piton in the wall. This will protect our ascent and protect us from expedient descent. This should work. I've heard that it works. Is everyone okay with this?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me.
Excellent.
Tie me up.
All right. I will lead the way.
All
Just
right.
show me where to go, Vasaliki.
I will say, as you are taking Vasaliki's ambitious route, Romulus, you pull out these new, bless Hephaestus for these things that were just made, right? Or thank the god, or thank Hephaestus. These things were. Go ahead, and you guys can make athletics checks with advantage with the help of these Pythons, these blessings sent by Hephaestus.
All right, can I give up my bardic inspirations now?
You certainly can. If you wish to give everyone a bardic, they may certainly have it.
I can inspire myself, right? It just has to be everyone else.
You have the musician feat, right?
No.
Okay, that gives everybody heroic inspiration. So.
No, I have the skilled feat.
Okay. All right. Shikayate. Not too bad. How much for the inspiration?
It's a D6.
D6. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, with advantage. My fault.
Oh, with advantage. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Oh, fuck yes. All
Okay,
right.
what'd everybody get?
Romulos got a 24.
Got a 24.
Yeah.
What about anybody else?
Is
15.
it athletics again, did you say?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. At advantage.
Advantage, okay. Okay, this is not
With a
going well.
D6.
Okay, with this, okay, that D6 saved me. 14.
God
14. Who else?
Candybus got a 15.
15. Last but not least.
Oh, I already said 15.
15, okay. You got a 14, Xanthos.
Yeah.
You slip, but luckily you're all wrapped up in a rope. And it is able to catch you. And you kind of like hanging there. Like, you're not built for this. You're you're an innkeeper, what the fuck? But
Yeah.
luckily the rope catches you and your friends all get to the top. And as you're like kind of struggling to get up the rope, missing a 1, I'm gonna let it go. Your friends kind of just heave, 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 and manage to like basically pull you up the last couple feet, and you manage to make it to the peak.
Is somebody pointing and laughing at me right now?
Nobody's pointing and laughing. You're one of us now.
Yep. As one of the other 3 men in this endeavor, it is not considered a rite of passage to be carried by one of the other men. Ain't that right, Candybus?
So true. So true, Romulos. Sometimes you are the carryee, sometimes you are the carrier. We are a team.
Now we have some very important business to do before we. You are at the highest point in Greece. You look around, heroically, successfully, standing on top of Mount Olympus. This many-day voyage has brought you to the peak. But more still, you witness something more important than any of all of that nonsense. You witness your goal. No, sucks. Hold on. Do better than that.
Do the Blood of Zeus soundtrack.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. That's actually really good.
We have similar tastes, my
that's
friend.
That's actually very, very good. I don't know which track is the track, but
I don't know either.
Gotta find out. Maybe this one? It'll do.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
It'll do. It'll most certainly. Oh, this is it. This is the one. Yeah, baby.
Damn.
As you stand on the summit, where earth meets the vaults of heaven, the air is so thin and sharp as a blade, yet it is filled with the scent of wild laurel and cold mountain air. You realize how cold you are. You've been climbing this frigid mountain for some time, and among you, clouds swirl. Not as a mere mist, but as a living veil. Clouds silvered. Clouds silvered and shot through with the glow of dawn and sunset all at once. And despite the fact the night has fallen, and it is the middle of the night, light comes. As if time here wavers, unsure whether to proceed or stand still. And here no mortal road marks the way. The peak itself seems to breathe, the stone warm beneath your feet humming with divine power. And as you step forward, the clouds seem to part and form into steps themselves, not by chance, but as if by recognizing the destined that is you. The sky opens and the clouds break to reveal the gates of Olympus. I will change the visual. Towering pillars of light, not wrought by mortal hands, but formed from pure aether, the radiance too bright for human eyes to bear, but only yourselves can bear such radiance, as you are demigod. Bearing them lies a path of polished clouded stone, firm underfoot yet luminous as moonlit water. The boundaries between worlds is so thin here that each breath tastes of ambrosia. Winds bearing the voices of gods, whispering secrets that make your heart tremble. Of fate's weave, the rise and fall of cities, the doom of heroes. You glimpse beyond the golden gates that open before you by themselves, automatically, like the hands of gods invisible open them for you, as if fate itself opens itself to you. You glimpse the golden halls of Olympus that gleam like a second sun, the roofs of shining bronze and silver roofs that no craftsman of mortal hands could ever forge, and with the music of Apollo's lyre and the laughter of gods at feast. Every step forward feels like a crossing into a dream, or perhaps waking from one. The storm-crowned peak behind you fades into mist. From Mount Olympus is no longer a mountain beneath your feet. You walk now in the realm of the deathless. You walk now in the realm of gods. And you have succeeded the first trials. Next week, you will meet the gods. And you have leveled up. You are stronger now than before.
Level 2, let's go!
Level 2, baby!
That's what it's all about.
We're practically gods!
It's all about the Mets!
Just jumps off. We're basically God.
We're basically God.
He's coming back, right? Nah.
Nah, he failed. He succeeded, then he failed. But yeah, next week, you will meet with the Olympians, with the gods, and we'll enter a very new, very different trial, not one of physical prowess and survival, one of appeasement and piety and showing off to a degree. we will reconvene next week. Welcome, Nathan. Hope you're enjoying yourself.
Yes, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
What do you think? Just curious.
Like,
Sucks.
I like Greek mythology anyway, so like, this is entirely up my alley.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh,
I definitely respected the I don't know, like the reframing of how the Leonin like fit into like Spartan like lore.
Leonidas? Leonin? Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
So, you know, Sparta got it on with the Nemean lion. It's fine. Don't think too hard about it.
Mm-hmm. It just works, okay? It just works. Damn, dude.